Good morning, everyone. I would like to call this Youth Caucus to order. Please stand for a word of prayer.
Bow your heads. Dear Lord, I thank you for bringing us here today. I pray for the 17 representatives who are in this chamber. I pray that you may give us the courage and the bravery to speak on these important topics that are brought before us today. I pray that the audience may hear of something of purpose and they may take it, go home with it, and ponder on it. I thank you for the safety of everyone in this room, and I pray that they may leave just as safe as they came in. I thank you for bringing us here as one, to represent a country, to represent a purpose, to represent a movement. I thank you for your blessings. I thank you for everything that you have done for us all. In your name I pray. Amen.
Please have your seats. At this time, we will pause for a brief moment of reflection for the survivors of domestic violence. Thank you very much. I now call on for some brief opening remarks Ms. Diane Felicia, the Chief Executive Officer of Donation Foundation, Inc.
Imagine for a moment that someone you know, a sister, a classmate, a colleague, or even a friend, sitting next to you today is suffering from abuse in silence. Not because the law does not exist, not because help does not exist, but because fear, stigma, and judgment convince them that their voice does not matter. Today, through these Voices of Peace Youth Caucus, we are declaring something important. Silence will not define our generation. Our voices will be heard. Representative of the UNESCO Commission, representative of civil society, St. Lucia Blind Welfare, representatives of the media, representatives of the Royal St. Lucia Police Force, principals and representatives of our schools, representative of youth councils, representatives of Sir Arthur Lewis Community College, members of the media, special invited guests, and most importantly, the young leaders representing the constituencies of St. Lucia here today. Good morning, all. 9 years ago, Donation Foundation, Inc. began with a simple but powerful belief that kindness voluntarism of civic responsibility can transform communities and ultimately transform nations. What began as a small act of community service evolved into a national movement that engages youth, educators, community leaders, and volunteers across St. Lucia. Through initiatives such as Good Deeds Day St. Lucia, Regional and Global, Caribbean Global Awards, youth volunteer clubs, community outreach programs, gender-based violence awareness campaigns, youth leadership forums. We have seen the incredible power of young people when they are given opportunities to serve and lead. These 9 years of work laid the foundation for a new phase, one where youth are not only volunteering, but actively participating in national dialogue and policy awareness. The Voices of Peace project, supported by the Canada Fund for Local Initiatives, was created to strengthen youth leadership in addressing gender-based violence and promoting peace within communities. This initiative recognizes that young people must not only understand the challenges facing society, they must also understand the laws and policies designed to protect them. Today's Youth Caucus represents a historic step in that direction. For the first time, youth representatives from across St. Lucia are engaging in dialogue on national legislation, examining how these laws affect communities and how young people can become advocates for positive change. The Domestic Violence Act 2022 represents a significant advancement in St. Lucia's legal framework for protecting individuals from abuse. Historically, domestic violence laws focus primarily on physical violence. However, modern legislation recognizes that abuse can take many forms. The updated act includes protection against emotional abuse, psychological abuse, economic abuse, stalking and harassment, digital and technological abuse. This evolution reflects the reality that violence today can occur both in physical spaces and online environments. Understanding these protections is critical, especially for young people navigating relationships in an increasingly digital world. Research indicates that approximately 34% of ever married women ages 15 to 49 in St. Lucia have experienced some form of intimate partner violence in their lifetime. This means roughly 1 in 3 women may face violence within relationships. Additionally, National Child Protection data shows that sexual abuse represents about 34% of reported child cases in St. Lucia, with girls accounting for more than 70% of the victims. These figures remind us that gender-based violence is not an abstract issue. It exists within communities, homes, and schools. Addressing these issues requires strong national partnerships. We acknowledge the Royal St. Lucia Police Force, and particularly the Vulnerable Persons Unit, for their tireless work in protecting survivors and supporting investigations. We also extend sincere appreciation to St. Lucia Electricity Services Limited for the contribution and continued commitment to community development. We also call on religious denominations throughout St. Lucia to continue playing a vital role in breaking stigma, fostering compassion, and ensuring that faith communities remain safe spaces of support, forgiveness, and healing. No individual seeking help should ever feel rejected or judged. To the youth delegates present here today, you are not simply attendees of this caucus. You are representatives of our communities. Your voices today represent students, young professionals, young leaders, and future policymakers. Speak with confidence, speak with respect, and speak with purpose, because your ideas and perspectives will help shape the St. Lucia we are building together. Let today not simply be remembered as a meeting. Let it be remembered as a moment when young people choose courage over silence. A moment when St. Lucia's youth declared that peace is not passive. It is built through awareness, accountability, and unity. As we move together, government, civil society, faith-based institutions, law enforcement, and our young people, let us remember that the strength of our nation lies not only in our institutions, but in our willingness to stand together as one people, one nation, committed to justice, dignity, and peace. Because when the voices of our youth rise in unity, St. Lucia rises with them. Thank you.
At this time, we will have the vote of thanks by Ms. Janelle Felix.
Good morning, everyone. Permit me to begin by extending heartfelt gratitude to all who made today's Voices of Peace National Youth Caucus a meaningful and impactful event. Today is more than just a gathering. It is a powerful demonstration of what can happen when young voices, national leaders, institutions, and communities come together with a shared purpose: the pursuit of justice, peace, and progress in St. Lucia. First and foremost, we extend sincere thanks to everyone who is here today. We also express our deepest appreciation to the Embassy of Taiwan and the UNESCO National Commission for their continued support of youth development and community initiatives. Special thanks must also be extended to Ms. Jenny Joseph, Director of Gender Relations, whose department continues to build a vital role in advancing awareness and advocacy around gender-based violence and protection for vulnerable individuals in our society. We would like to recognize the contributions of the Royal St. Lucia Police Force, particularly the Vulnerable Persons Unit, whose dedication to protecting those most at risk in our communities is both vital and commendable. Our appreciation also goes to the St. Lucia Electricity Service Limited, Lucia, and the representatives of Corporate St. Lucia for supporting initiatives that empower youth and strengthen community development. To our educators, principals, and school representatives, thank you for nurturing the next generation of leaders and for encouraging your students to participate in spaces such as this youth caucus where their voices can be heard. We also acknowledge the youth councils, university representatives, and student leaders who participate in today's dialogue. Your contributions today remind us that young people are not only stakeholders in the future, they are active partners in shaping the present. To the members of the media, we thank you for helping to amplify the conversations that have taken place here today, that will take place here today. Through your coverage, the voices and ideas shared in this chamber can reach communities across St. Lucia. A special word of appreciation must go to the Donation Foundation team and volunteers, whose dedication behind the scenes ensure the successful coordination of this event. Organizing an initiative of this nature requires commitment, passion, and teamwork, and we are deeply grateful for the effort that has gone into making today possible. Most importantly, we extend our deepest thanks to the young delegates who represent their constituencies and organizations today. Your courage to speak, to question, and to reflect on issues such as domestic violence and youth empowerment demonstrates that St. Lucia's future is in capable hands. You are reminding us today that when young people are given the opportunity to encourage, they bring thoughtful perspectives, innovative ideas, and a genuine commitment to building safer and stronger communities. As we look to conclude today's Youth Caucus, let us remember that the conversation started here must not end here. They must continue in our schools, our communities, homes, faith-based institutions, and policy spaces. Each of us here has a role to play in promoting peace, respect, dignity, and accountability in our society. On behalf of the Donation Foundation, Inc., we thank every individual, organization, and partner who contributed to making this event a success. Together, let us continue working towards a St. Lucia where every voice is valued, every person is protected, and every community is empowered to live in peace. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Felix, for your remarks. At this time, we will take a short break as we transition to the formal legislative session. I asked during the break that you all place your phones on Do Not Disturb or on silent so that they don't disturb the proceedings, and that you do any final preparations as we transition. We will start promptly at 9:30. Welcome back. Welcome back, members. My name is Ajani Lobon. I will be your chair for today's proceedings. Let me just start off by firstly welcoming you all to this National Youth Caucus, Voices of Peace, under the theme, From Legislation to Liberation, Realizing the Domestic Violence Act of 2022. I want to start off by congratulating the Donation Foundation for executing this very momentous and auspicious activity for you young people. I really want to commend them for the effort that they put in to ensure that this happens. I also want to commend and to thank the members and the ministry and government officials who have provided support to the Donation Foundation in ensuring that it can engage young people in a meaningful way, such as this forum. But most importantly, I want to congratulate you, speakers, today. We are very proud of you. We're very proud that you have been selected for this activity, and we know that you will do your best. We know that, of course, with these opportunities comes the nerves. We all get nervous, but at the end of the day, be yourself and make us proud. I'm sure your families are proud, I'm sure your communities are proud, and your schools are proud as well. So, at this time, I would like to formally accept 2 documents into the records of this Youth Caucus. The first document being the Comprehensive Legal and Policy Analysis of the Domestic Violence Act of 2022 and the National Youth Policy of 2025 to 2030. Now, the first reading of the Youth Resolution on Peace and Protection. Whereas the Donation Foundation, Inc. celebrates over 9 years of voluntary service to St. Lucia, acting as a pillar of support, referral, and sanctuary for survivors of gender-based violence. Whereas the Voices of Peace project, supported by the Canada Fund for Local Initiatives, has successfully engaged youth across the nation to foster a culture of non-violence and legislative awareness. Whereas the government of St. Lucia enacted the Domestic Violence Act of 2022 to modernize the legal protections afforded to all citizens, yet recognizing that awareness and accessibility remain significant hurdles for the youth demographic. Whereas the National Youth Policy of 2025 to 2030 mandates the active participation of young people in the governance and safety of their communities, and whereas we, the 17 representatives of the National Youth Caucus, are gathered in the House of Parliament this 4th day of March 2026 to ensure that the transition into International Women's Day is marked by a concrete commitment to action. We now begin with the legislative critiques and operative clause proposals by the first group of youth representatives. Let me remind you, speakers, that you are allotted 20 minutes for your presentations. I will be giving you a 12-minute notice to which you can then conclude your presentations. I now call on the member representing the Caucus Central Youth and Sports Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise not only to speak about the monitoring and oversight of the Domestic Violence Act 2022, but as a young man from a community that people often describe before they understand. I currently serve the youth in multiple capacities, not only as the president of the Caucus Central Youth and Sports Council, but also the first vice president of the National Youth Council for St. Lucia. I have sat in numerous boardrooms and I have heard my peers speak their truth. And I can clearly state this. Legislation without youth at the table is policy spoken about us, not with us. Today, I speak about ensuring that youth have a permanent, meaningful seat on national implementation committees responsible for the Domestic Violence Act 2022. Mr. Chair, the Domestic Violence Act 2022 is progressive. It expands definitions of abuse. It recognizes emotional, psychological, economic, and digital harm. It mandates ministerial coordination and institutional training. It even acknowledges non-discrimination across gender identity and sexual orientation. But here is the question. Who is monitoring whether these promises are actually reaching young people? Let me paint a scenario. A 19-year-old girl from a low-income household enters a visiting relationship, meaning they don't currently live together. Her partner controls her phone, demands passwords, threatens to leak sensitive information, and isolates her from her friends. She does not see the bruises, so she thinks that it's not violence. Eventually, when she seeks help, she is told to work it out because they are young. The law defines this behavior as psychological abuse and potentially cyber-stalking. But if the implementation culture has not shifted, then the law only lives on paper. Now, imagine a 17-year-old boy witnessing violence at home. He will internalize that aggression as to how men resolve conflict. The Act recognizes child witnesses under protection orders, but our youth leaders sitting on oversight bodies ensuring that schools and youth programs are equipped to break that cycle. Or consider a young deaf woman attempting to report abuse at home. Section 5 prohibits discrimination, but if the police station has no sign language trained officer, what does non-discrimination look like in practice, Mr. Chair? The Act mandates training. It mandates coordinated response. It also mandates budget allocation. But the monitoring mechanisms are largely adult-led and government-appointed. The National Interagency GBV Task Force launched in 2024 includes youth representatives. While that is commendable, representation must not be symbolic. When youth seats are appointed rather than elected through democratic youth bodies, we risk tokenism. When youth cannot vote on recommendations, we risk consultation without power. When there is no structured annual youth audit, we risk silence. Mr. Chair, young people are the demographic that is most immersed in digital spaces, most engaged in visiting relationships, and most navigating economic vulnerability, and most likely to normalize red flags. We are not just beneficiaries of the Act, we are its frontline reality. And if implementation committees are shaping training manuals and protocols are being made and awareness campaigns without our input are being formed, the system will always lag behind the lived experience of young people. Mr. Chair, the National Youth Policy 2025 to 2030 is clear. It is built on pillars of participation, safety, digital empowerment, economic inclusion, decentralization, and positive masculinity. Youth in governance is not a decorative idea within the policy. It is a structural commitment. So let's connect the dots. Participation and civic engagement. The youth policy emphasizes youth as partners in development, not passive recipients. Ensuring permanent youth voting seats on the GBV task force will directly fulfill this pillar of the National Youth Policy. Health and safety. The Domestic Violence Act is fundamentally about safety. But safety is not just responding to things that happen. It can also be preventing it. Youth-led oversight allows us to identify emerging trends early on, such as sextortion patterns, social media harassment culture, peer pressure tied to toxic masculinity, and most importantly, economic dependency traps among young adults, 18 to 25-year-olds. We, the young people, are closer to these shifts than any formal report can capture. The Act also addresses cyber-stalking, but lacks rapid takedown protocols for revenge, porn, and deepfake content. The youth policy calls for digital empowerment, and that cannot happen if youth are not sitting on commitment committees and shaping digital response reforms. Mr. Chair, we understand these platforms. We understand the speed of viral harm, and we understand how reputational damage can spread not in weeks, not in hours, but in minutes. The policy also speaks about decentralization. Youth from the South and rural East cannot continue traveling long distances to access justice. Youth oversight representatives from different districts can push for mobile protection clinics and digital filling stations in rural stations. Without our voices, centralization remains the default. And as a young man, I must say this clearly, the majority of the perpetrators regionally are young men. If youth are not in governance spaces, we miss the opportunity to design peer-led accountability initiatives. Young men must be part of prevention frameworks, not only statistics within them. Mr. Chair, aligning the Domestic Violence Act with the National Youth Policy will not be automatic. It requires institutionalizing youth voice in the implementation architecture. From the Voices of Peace National Youth Forum, one message was consistent: a seat at the table is a must. I therefore present the following recommendations. 1. Codifying permanent voting youth seats. We should amend or formally regulate the structure of the National Interagency GBV Task Force to guarantee at least 2 permanent youth voting representatives selected through democratic youth bodies such as the National Youth Council, as well as have fixed terms with accountability reporting obligations. 2, I present that we establish an annual youth implementation audit. We should create a formal youth audit of the Domestic Violence Act that has surveys assessing police response, as well as anonymous reporting channels for experiences of mediation pressure, as well as a public summary report presented annually to Parliament and the Ministry of Equity. I also propose that we create a secure digital feedback system as recommended in the action plan. We should develop a secure, publicized online portal where online survivors can report implementation failures, data reviewed quarterly by the GBV task force, as well as youth representatives being involved in data analysis and recommendation drafting. Accountability must be continuous and not crisis-driven, Mr. Chair. So, in closing, I can say I have seen young men labeled before they are guided. I have seen young women silenced before they are protected. I have seen violence normalized because systems felt distant. The Domestic Violence Act 2022 is strong in principle, but law becomes liberation only when implementation is accountable. Youth do not want to be shouting from outside the building. We want to sit at the table, we want to read the reports, we want to vote on strategies, and we want to monitor the budgets. I believe all the youth in St. Lucia want to help build a peace-centric nation, not because we are the future, but because we are the present. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, member. I omitted this from the preamble, but I do want to take this time to recognize the young people in the gallery who decided that today this was the place that they were to be, to listen to you as you present. So thank you once again, the students and the teachers and those present in the gallery. At this time, we will have a presentation from the member representing the South Louis Community College.
Good morning. Can everyone hear me? Okay. So, good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, honorable members, visitors in the gallery. I will be addressing area number 1, modernizing abuse, inclusion of emotional and psychological harm. Let me ask you a question. If your partner checks your phone daily, isolates you from family and friends, constantly begs for reassurance, manipulates you, gaslights you, and constantly belittles you as a person, is that love or is that abuse? I have a definition for you. Domestic violence and domestic relationships. A domestic relationship includes people who are or were married, people living together, even if not married, so visiting relationships, parents and children, relatives by blood or by marriage, or even people who dated or were engaged. In plain terms, if you live with someone, share children with them, or a family, the law calls that a domestic relationship. Under Section 2 of the Act, specifically Section 2A and B, domestic violence is defined as, in relation to a person, an act which harms, injures, or endangers health, safety, life or limb, or well-being, whether mental or physical. This means emotional safety is legally protected in St. Lucia. Emotional and psychological abuse can be subtle, especially in a new relationship. Experts list warning signs like using insults or intimidation, extreme jealousy or possessiveness, and isolating someone from friends or social media. Isolation from family, friends, and using emotional threats, gaslighting, and manipulation are verbal attacks, of course. A healthy relationship is built on trust and respect, not fear or control. Here are some legal red flags normalized in youth relationships. Number 1, excessive jealousy disguised as love. I just don't like other people looking at you. I don't like when men talk to you. I don't like when other women speak to you. The reality of this is repeated jealousy may involve accusing a partner of cheating without reason, demanding constant reassurance, controlling clothing or friendship or workspace relationships. The legal concern behind this is that this behavior can become coercive control intended to restrict independence and create emotional dependency. Number 2, constant monitoring and digital surveillance, no privacy. When you enter a relationship, it is said that you become a unit, you become one, especially in a marriage, but you are still your own person and you still have your own identity. Privacy is entitled to every one person, whether you are a child, a teenager, an adult, or an elder. Youth often interpret this as transparency or loyalty. Normalized behavior includes demanding passwords, checking phones daily, tracking locations with or without permission, and reading private messages. Number 3, isolation from friends and family. Common phrases include, your friends are bad influences. I don't like that girl by you. I don't like when you go out with mates. You spend too much time with them instead of me. We barely get to see each other anymore. I don't even know who you are anymore. Over time, it may reduce support systems, increase emotional dependence, make leaving the relationship harder than it has to be. The legal meaning is isolation is recognized as a control strategy used to create dependency, aligning with the Act's definition of coercion. Number 4, public ridicule or humiliation. Mocking appearances, making jokes at partners' expenses, insulting intelligence or ambitions, embarrassing someone online. Youth culture sometimes labels this as playing or banter. You can't take a joke, I'm just messing around with you. But is it really messing around if it affects your emotional and mental well-being? The legal reality of this is repeated ridicule damages emotional well-being and self-esteem, qualifying as emotional or verbal abuse under Section 2 of the Domestic Violence Act. Number 5, emotional manipulation and guilt tripping. If you loved me, you wouldn't do that. I don't want you to go there because I don't feel like you should be there as my person. I'll hurt myself if you leave. Nobody else will love you like I love you. These statements pressure a partner into compliance. Legal concerns with this creates psychological fear and dependence, key indicators of coercive behavior. Take note of the repeated words. Number 6, controlling decision making. Deciding who a partner can talk to, where they can go, how they go there, how they dress, controlling career or school choices, dictating social media use, demanding immediate responses to messages. Number 7, silent treatment as punishment. Often overlooked but powerful. Used to create anxiety, force apology, establish dominance. Why the youth often overlook emotional abuse? Young people and even adults sometimes dismiss these behaviors as normal drama. It's easy to mistake jealousy for care or control for strong affection. Youth may think no bruises, no problem, as my colleague, member from Castries Central stated, but not realizing that these scars are emotional. In many Caribbean cultures, discussing dating openly is still taboo, so young people may struggle to even identify forms of abuse. How many of us have asked ourselves, man, how do I tell my mother or my father that I'm seeing someone? How do I introduce this person to my family? How do I bring up that conversation? As one local advocate points out, survivors, and I quote, voices are too often silenced by societal stigma, cultural norms, and institutional indifference. Cited from Raise Your Voice St. Lucia 2024 annual report. In other words, gossip and shame keeps people quiet. People often don't speak up about domestic violence because of the stigma associated behind it, especially our young men. At the same time, education on healthy relationships has been limited. Schools have only recently begun to talk about consent and respect. A St. Lucian official noted that the traditional narrative focused only on victims seeking help after violence happens. Cited from Social Transformation Officer Shalina Man Elitier, November 13, 2025 by Ministry of Equity. Now experts urge shifting to prevention and empowerment. Young St. Lucians may confuse control with care because of social media relationship norms, music and pop culture narratives, lack of relationship education, peer validation of toxic behavior, belief that abuse must be and can only be physical. At what point does affection become restriction? And when restriction removes peace of mind, does it become domestic violence under the law? When do we draw the line between love and control and abuse? The greatest danger facing young people today is not only violence itself, but the normalization and tolerance of behaviors that the law already recognizes as abuse. Policy connection explanation. Connection to National Youth Policy 2025 to 2030. Protecting youth from emotional abuse helps achieve mental awareness, healthy relationships, reduce gender-based violence, safer schools and communities. Mr. Chair, honorable members, when emotional abuse goes unrecognized, toxic relationship patterns from early on are ignored. Violence escalates later. Mental health outcomes worsen. So the Domestic Violence Act is not only a law, it is a youth development tool. The act is progressive, but the legal language may be difficult for people below the age of 25 to interpret. Therefore, awareness and understanding, not legislation, is the current gap. I propose an action plan for the Voices of Peace by Donation Foundation. The main issue raised is young people cannot identify emotional abuse early enough to seek protection. Abuse becomes normalized before intervention occurs. Hence, I propose a national youth awareness campaign. To change this, programs must speak to young people in their language, bringing teens together and young adults to learn what respect really looks like, often through games, theater, or real stories, helps them question harmful norms. Mr. Chair, one survey of healthy relationship programs emphasizes developing skills like self-esteem, empathy, non-violent alternatives in group settings is most effective. Cited from Adolescent Dating Violence, application of a U.S. primary prevention program in St. Lucia, October 2014. These awareness and prevention programs could come in these forms. School programs. Integrate healthy relationship education into the curriculum. Lessons can cover mutual trust, boundaries, and how to spot abuse. Evidence shows that comprehensive teen dating violence prevention curricula in schools leads to lower abuse rates. In practice, this could mean drama workshops, role plays, or guidance counselor talks on emotional abuse. Peer education. Train youth ambassadors or peer mentors. Teens and young adults often listen better to other teens and their peers. A network of students or young leaders can advocate for nonviolent relationships. One Caribbean Foundation's program aims to create a network of young people who will advocate for nonviolent relationships. Social media and arts and community events. Youth forums, cultural festivals, or sports programs can include GBV awareness sessions, artistic approaches, theater performances, music or spoken word resonate with teens. Even events like this Youth Caucus itself can be used to bring youth of St. Lucia together to educate them on the Domestic Violence Act, how to be aware, how to prevent, and how to protect. Engaging boys and girls together is also important. Teaching both sexes about consent and equality from a tender age helps change attitudes. Supporting youth-led initiatives such as St. Lucia's own Voices of Peace Youth Caucus on the Domestic Violence Act gives young people a real seat at the table. By speaking their language, formal facts, and honest conversations, these strategies can help teens and young adults identify abuse early and build a generation that rejects emotional harm. To reiterate and support what my colleague said, education and awareness is the goal. Speak our language. We want to hear you, but we want to understand you. Simplify the law. Translate the complex legal terms of the Domestic Violence Act into youth-friendly Know Your Rights modules for workplaces, social studies, and health classes in schools. Influencer advocacy. Leverage the National Youth Policy's digital empowerment pillar by partnering with influencers to trend the hashtag Voices of Peace 758 to educate peers on their rights. The ultimate goal is to make every young person able to identify emotional abuse, because prevention begins before police intervention. Mr. Chair, honorable members, viewers and listeners, I leave you with this message. The Domestic Violence Act 2022 represents a historic shift. Violence is no longer defined only by bruises, but by broken confidence, fear, and loss of peace of mind. Now we must create modern awareness. This is our time to come together as youth of St. Lucia to educate Helen's children, to create a better St. Lucia for the future generations. Domestic violence knowledge isn't just for young adults like ourselves. It's not just for secondary school students. It's for the primary school students too. It's for the preschoolers, the 5-year-olds, the 15-year-olds, the 25-year-olds. It's for all of us, for a better St. Lucia, for a peace-centric St. Lucia. I thank you.
Thank you, member. We now call on the member representing the St. Mary's College to deliver his presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, all. My name is Aiden George, and I am representing St. Mary's College as both its Student Council President and Head Prefect to speak about the important issue of child witnesses. Mr. Chair, there appears to be a cultural myth within our 238 square miles that says if a child was not hit, that child was not hurt. For too long have we treated child witnesses of domestic violence as passive spectators to the crime. These children are not cameras recording emotionlessly in the corner of the room. They see, they hear, but above all else, they absorb, they internalize. No longer can we attach observational trauma as a footnote to physical abuse. No longer can we assume that wounds invisible to the naked eye do not matter. But I bring good news. The law is changing to rectify these misconceptions and treat with care a topic which is so integral to the youth of St. Lucia. But why is that topic so important? Mr. Chair, allow me to eliminate any doubts that this issue speaks to a minority. According to PAHO UNICEF, 6 of 10 children in the Caribbean and Latin American region are witnesses to household violence. Let that figure sit in. Nearly 2/3 of our children, region-wide. In the current climate of our country, where concerns of not only violence, but the youth's participation rates are as prevalent as ever before, allow me to stress that no child is born violent. One's childhood experiences unequivocally impacts their future, from their career prospects to their personality and moral code. According to the PMC, or PubMed Central, which is an archive of biomedical texts in the US, exposure to domestic violence physically alters the structure of a child's brain as they develop. It affects their ability to understand future relationships, impacts their self-confidence, and can even lead to them searching for an escape in drugs or other addictive media. The most concerning of these consequences is perhaps the normalization of domestic violence and violence in general in these victims. In many cases, abuse can no longer be recognized as a moral wrong, but rather as a natural step in the problem-solving process. Mr. Chair, these are not notions which can easily be undone. The belief that violence is a viable method of conflict resolution and the memories of trauma from one's childhood are not wiped from the minds of the youth the moment the clock strikes 12 on their 18th birthday. If young people grow up believing that violence is normal, then no amount of policy, no amount of legislature will undo that internal belief. A correct policy, however, Mr. Chair, can help to bring about a cultural shift necessary to alter these beliefs. The Domestic Violence Act of 2022 is a pivotal step to realizing these changes. As the two honorable members before me recognized, the Act defines domestic violence in relation to a person as an action which harms, injures, or endangers the health, safety, life, limb, or well-being, whether physical or mental. Imagine a child who watches helplessly every day as domestic violence ensues in their home. Picture the late night shaking of their walls as yet another argument ensues profanities tossed about without restraint, the unforgettable screams of their mother as her abuser, their father, dishes out yet another round of consequences. Imagine the perpetual, immovable place in this child's mind that these memories occupy. Imagine the countless, sleepless nights this child spends wandering, desperate to help, but knowingly unable to do so. Imagine the coping mechanism this child adopts, eager to ease the pain by any means necessary. If we are able to realize that domestic violence exists outside the confines of physical abuse, how can we say that that child is not a victim of domestic violence? But Mr. Chair, we use the word child as an umbrella term, as if the experiences of every children can be generalized. But as with anything, there is an important nuance to this topic, and it is pertinent that I shed light upon it. Gender inclusivity is one of the greatest strengths of the St. Lucia National Youth Policy 2025 to 2030. And so, speaking in that vein, I can assure you that statistically speaking, the difference in experience between boys and girls who witness domestic violence is notable. A survey conducted in Finland by the PubMed Center found that female witnesses of domestic violence internalized their difficulties and often suffered with disorders like depression, whereas their male counterparts externalized their difficulties, often lashing out aggressively. As a result, boys are more likely to become abusers as they grow up, whereas girls are more likely to grow up to become victims. It is this phenomenon that perpetuates the cycle of violence, where witnessing domestic violence simultaneously creates future abusers and future victims. Mr. Chair, the National Youth Policy 2025 to 2030 outlines two pillars which speak particularly to this matter. Firstly, health and well-being, which speaks to, yes, improving access to healthcare services, but also includes mental health supports and healthy lifestyle choices. If we are able to fully understand the emotional and psychological effects brought on by observational trauma, then it enables the effective and appropriate provision of such mental health support. Secondly, safety, security, and peaceful coexistence, which speaks to protecting the youth from violence and fostering community safety. As already established, childhood trauma plays a major role in triggering violent tendencies in the life of an individual. Acknowledging the role which merely witnessing a traumatic event plays in the perpetuation of in the cycle of domestic violence, in tandem with consequential mental support, helps to create a cultural shift and works towards putting that cycle to an end. Mr. Chair, the Domestic Violence Act goes further than definitions. Under Section 8.3, an officer responding to a report of domestic violence must do the following in conducting their investigation: ensure the welfare and safety of a child or dependent who is on the premises, interview the child witness in the presence of their parent or the Director of Human Services where the parent is the accused, and conduct a risk assessment of the child or dependent. These procedures clearly align with the aforementioned pillar of safety, security, and peaceful coexistence. They are not suggestions left up to the discretion of police officers. These are statutory requirements. They serve as a signal that child witnesses are being seen as more than spectators, more than passers-by. Through these mandated actions, the Act formally acknowledges that the exposure of a child to a violent household bears detrimental consequences. It affirms that the law recognizes the silent harm endured by these children and places an active duty on those in authority to intervene, protect, and assess their well-being. Mr. Chair, We can all agree that the safety of a child is of paramount importance. The Act speaks to this as well. Under Section 20.1, in determining whether or not to grant a provisional protection order, the court is mandated to consider the welfare of a child or dependent. Once again, this requirement reinforces the Act's clear commitment to health and safety pillars previously outlined. But that is not all, Mr. Chair. Under Section 37.1, in specifying the conditions of the final protection order, the court is required to craft these same conditions so that they are to the benefit of a child or dependent. Yet again, our system is being developed to cater to both the health and safety of the youth. But creating these laws on paper is only part of the solution. And the true measure of effectiveness of an act such as this one is how it is translated and upheld in the reality. Mr. Chair, while this act is an important step towards a healthier and safer future for our youth in St. Lucia, it is not without gaps. Knowing this, the clever minds of our youth met together in the Voices of Peace National Youth Forum in recognition of these gaps to create key recommendations to improve them. Which leads me to my first point, creating a youth-friendly law. Creating laws which protect the rights of the youth is commendable and absolutely necessary in the development of this country. However, what point does it serve if the youth themselves cannot understand the laws meant to safeguard them? Mr. Chair, that is like the life jackets on a boat being locked away. The jackets may be well crafted. They may meet national standards. But if the people who are intended to use them are unable to do so, then what do we expect to happen when the boat begins to sink? As previously mentioned, the mental toll on child witnesses is immense, in many cases causing the line between violence and problem solving to be blurred. Knowing this, how can we expect the youth to decode legal jargon? If the laws are for the youth, the language with which the laws are communicated in should reflect that. That is why it is essential that the complex legal terminology of the Domestic Violence Act be translated into modules with simpler explanations. These modules can be both implemented in social studies and health and family life curricula and be available to the general public. In this way, we can ensure that the progression which this act has worked so hard to pave the way for does not go to waste. Secondly, the establishment of trauma-trained units in our police force. As aforementioned, the act mandates that police officers assess the welfare and conduct an interview with a child or dependent on the premises during a response to a domestic violence report. These procedures are important. I am not disputing that. However, Mr. Chair, they must be approached with the utmost sensitivity. Allow me to challenge your imagination once more. Put yourself in the shoes of a child witness. You have just witnessed firsthand the physical abuse of your mother. The newly arriving police sirens serve as just background noise to the scattered thoughts flowing through your mind. Then, in the midst of your mental pandemonium, a police officer, a total stranger, begins to poke and prod at the deepest traumas of your mind. You are in no frame of mind to share, to open up. In fact, that may be the very last thing you want to do. Mr. Chair, these procedures cannot be approached without the necessary training or preparation, or else it results in a lose-lose scenario. The child is forced to relive in specific detail a trauma which they themselves have yet to fully process. Even if they do not speak outward to the police officer, it only worsens their anguish. The officer is likely to receive very little to no information from their investigation, as the child could not be more uncomfortable with sharing. That is why it is pertinent that a specialized youth response unit with officers trained specifically to deal with the trauma of the youth is established. Through the proper and empathetic investigation these officers would provide, child witnesses are less likely to be re-traumatized, and the investigation process is more likely to bear more useful fruits. Mr. Chairman, the St. Lucia National Youth Policy has a goal that by the year 2030, safety will be a guaranteed right for every youth, irrespective of their gender, sexual orientation, or disability status. With the recommendations presented not only by myself, but by my fellow honorable members, I believe that we are taking several steps towards that goal. Mr. Chairman, in closing, I would like to reiterate that child witnesses of domestic violence are not merely bystanders. The severity of the mental and psychological harm which affects them at such a pivotal point in their development speaks to that. The Domestic Violence Act number 11 of 2022, as well as the goals outlined by the St. Lucia National Youth Policy 2025 to 2030, are crucial steps of paramount importance to creating a better St. Lucia for our youth. They are more than legal documents. They have the ability to catalyze a much-needed cultural shift to eradicate harmful notions which act only to the detriment of the youth.
Remember, you have 5 minutes to conclude your presentation.
Mr. Chairman, fellow honorable members, members of the audience, I thank you.
Thank you, member. At this point in time, we will now have the member representing the Castries South Youth and Sports Council.
Good day, Mr. Chairman. Today, I rise to address the topic, access to protection orders in St. Lucia, the application process under the Domestic Violence Act of St. Lucia 2022. Domestic violence is not a private issue. It is a public concern, a human rights issue, and a legal responsibility. I am Esther Destiny Tommy, the representative for Castries South. Globally, the World Health Organization reports that 1 in 3 women experience physical or sexual violence in their lifetime. The Caribbean continues to record some of the highest rates of intimate partner violence worldwide, according to the UN Women Caribbean. So, Mr. Chairman, we have to realize that St. Lucia is not exempt. It is against this backdrop that the Domestic Violence Act 2022 was enacted. The 2022 Act repealed and replaced earlier domestic violence legislation, modernizing St. Lucia's legal framework to align with contemporary human rights standards and regional best practices. It reflects a broader and more progressive understanding of violence within intimate and domestic relationships. Mr. Chair, importantly, the Act expands the definition of domestic violence beyond physical harm to include sexual abuse, emotional and psychological abuse, economic abuse, and coercive and controlling behavior. This expansion is significant because abuse is not always visible. It can manifest through manipulation, financial restriction, isolation, intimidation, and patterns of control. The Act also strengthens procedural safeguards by allowing for emergency and intermittent protection orders, providing ex parte applications in urgent situations, recognizing a wide range of domestic relationships, and emphasizing victim safety as a priority. Most critically, the Act provides civil remedies through the family court, meaning that a victim does not have to wait for criminal proceedings to seek protection. They can apply directly through the protection order. However, the real issue is not only what the law provides, but whether young people feel safe with using it. It is a small island society like St. Lucia that shows fear of stigma, visibility, and retaliation as powerful deterrents. So let me ask the question, can a 19-year-old in St. Lucia realistically access this system without intimidation? Mr. Chairman, today I will, 1, walk you through the application process under the Act, then explain emergency and ex parte provisions, explain the role of the family court, discuss barriers within the St. Lucian context, and assess whether the process is truly youth-friendly. Mr. Chairman, under Section 14 of the Domestic Violence Act of 2022, a victim may apply for a protection order through the family court. In St. Lucia, a 19-year-old is legally an adult and can apply independently, so the process is civil and not criminal. Protection can be sought even in police charges. Protection can be sought even if police charges are not filed. This provision empowers victims to act early. It is a preventative measure. However, access in St. Lucia may be influenced by your geographical location, your transportation challenges, the awareness levels that you are on, fear of being recognized in public court spaces. So while the legal right exists, accessibility must be examined practically. Section 17 allows applicants to apply any time of the day or any time of the night in cases of hardship. This is critical in St. Lucia, where communities are closely connected, violence may escalate quickly, and victims may not have immediate support networks. So this provision acknowledges that abuse does not wait for the court hours. For a 19-year-old that may be facing immediate harm, this safeguard can be life-saving and life-changing. However, the effectiveness of this provision depends on public awareness, police responsiveness, clear communication of rights, and in order for the right to be used or for it to be known, there has to be public knowledge of that right. Let us walk through a structured process under St. Lucia's family court system. The victim files an application at the family court. This would usually involve completing formal documentation, describing incidents of abuse, identifying immediate safety concerns. Now, for a young person in St. Lucia, this may feel intimidating already because your formal court procedures, limited familiarity with legal language, and of course, the fear of community exposure. And of course, when we're speaking of the legal language, I can make reference to my colleague from SAFA who said that she prefers the language to be in something that she could understand. And the environment of the family court therefore matters greatly. An interim protection order can be granted before the full hearing. Importantly, it can grant ex parte. Ex parte means the abuser does not need to be present for the initial order. This protects the victim from immediate confrontation. In St. Lucia's close-knit communities, this is particularly important because direct confrontation may increase risk, community ties may create pressure, and young victims may feel socially intimidated. Mr. Chair, an interim order may prohibit contact, remove the respondent from a shared residence, and prevent harassment or threats. This stage prioritizes immediate safety. After a hearing, the court may grant a final order, and this provides longer-term protection and ensures the continued no-contact provisions, extended safeguards, and legal consequences for breaches. This structured progression balances urgency with due process. The director of the family court plays a key administrative role in St. Lucia. Responsibilities include assisting with application intake, managing documentation, and facilitating scheduling. For many victims, especially young ones, this is their first point of interaction or contact. Mr. Chairman, the director and court staff must therefore adopt trauma-informed approaches, youth-sensitive communication, and confidential handling and confidentiality when handling of information. In St. Lucia's small population, confidentiality is critical. Perception of privacy strongly influences whether young victims come forward. Mr. Chair, despite the strength of the Act, practical barriers exist. Social stigma is something that exists because in a small island society like St. Lucia, people know each other. Court attendance may become public knowledge, and the fear of gossip can discourage applications. We also have financial constraints. A 19-year-old may be unemployed, may be financially dependent, or lack funds for legal guidance. And emotional and cultural factors would include the pressure to keep family matters private, normalization of certain controlling behaviors, and the fear of not being believed. We have mediation concerns, like in cases involving domestic violence, mediation must be approached cautiously. Power imbalances can silence victims, reinforce control, and undermine safety. Protection must always remain the priority. The Domestic Violence Act of 2022 provides strong legal tools. Emergency applications, ex parte interim orders, broad definitions of abuse, and structured protection stages. However, youth friendliness depends on awareness campaigns targeting young adults, clear, simple informational materials, and court staff sensitivity. It also must contain privacy safeguards and collaboration with social services and non-governmental organizations. True accessibility requires more than legislation. It requires trust. So, Mr. Chairman, in closing, St. Lucia's Domestic Violence Act of 2022 represents a significant advancement in victim protection. It expands recognition of abuse, it provides urgent and structured safeguards, and prioritizes immediate safety through interim orders. However, access must be evaluated through lived experience. A system is truly accessible when a 19-year-old in St. Lucia can walk into the family court without fear of stigma, without confusion, without intimidation, and with the confidence of confidentiality. The success of the Act lies not only in its provisions, but in how safe young people feel when using it. So today, our call to action is clear. Let us strengthen awareness campaigns in schools and communities. Let us simplify public education around the Act, and let us train frontline officers and court staff in youth-sensitive approaches. And let us commit as policymakers, as civil society leaders, and young people to ensuring that protection on paper becomes protection in practice. Because, Mr. Chair, legislation alone does not change lives. Accessibility does. I thank you.
member for Soufrière Force Jacques.
Could you hear me? Can you hear me? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today not just with humility, but with urgency. Not just with conviction, but with responsibility. My name is Franz Caucus, proudly representing the people of Soufrière Force Jacques, a community nestled beneath the majestic pitons, where strength and beauty rise side by side, and where you will meet some of the warmest and most resilient people on this island. I stand here today not only as a head prefect at the Vieux-Fort Comprehensive Secondary School, but as a young man and as a voice for those who are too often silenced. I am also honored to stand in this esteemed House of Assembly as part of the voices in this Youth Caucus. Mr. Chairman, I extend heartfelt gratitude to the Donation Foundation for believing that the youth voices are not just, for believing that youth voices are not noise, but nation-building instruments. I thank the people of Soufrière and Force Jacques for trusting me to represent them in the sacred space of governance. Today, under the theme, From Legislation to Liberation, I speak on men as allies, aligning with the national youth policy focus on positive masculinity. But before we speak about liberation, we must first define the chains. Domestic violence is not only bruises, it is not only broken bones. Under the Domestic Violence Act of 2022, domestic violence includes emotional abuse, psychological abuse, economic abuse, coercion, and cyber stalking. Domestic violence is repeated insults that strip someone of dignity. It is controlling who they speak to. It is isolating them from friends. It is monitoring their phones. It is threatening to leak private photos. It is withholding money to force dependence. It is fear inside what is supposed to be love. Mr. Chairman, this is not a distant problem. This is not a foreign statistic. According to the report highlighted in St. Lucia Times on December 2024, nearly 1 in 3 women in St. Lucia has experienced some form of gender-based violence in her lifetime. As shared through national awareness campaigns and data supported by UN agencies, this is not 1 in 3 somewhere else. This is 1 in 3 here. Further, a joint submission reinforced through the Universal Periodic Review process in 2024 noted that over 600 survivors of domestic violence accused accessed formal support services in a single reporting year in St. Lucia, with approximately 89% of them being women and girls, but also including boys and men. And across our neighboring Caribbean islands, the picture is equally alarming. Regional data reinforced in Caribbean-wide gender reports indicates that nearly 46% of women across the Caribbean have experienced intimate partner violence at some point in their lifetimes. This is not abstract. This is happening in our homes, in our communities, in our schools. Mr. Chairman, Section 6 of the Domestic Violence Act makes it clear domestic violence is prohibited by any person, not men only, not women only, any person. The law is gender neutral, but statistics across the region show that majority of prosecuted intimate partner violence cases involve young men, particularly between ages 19 and 29. This is not to demonize men. This is not an attack on men. It is a wake-up call to men. If young men are overrepresented among perpetrators, then young men must be overrepresented among reformers. As head prefect, I walk the corridors of my school every day. I interact with young men who are brilliant, talented, athletic, creative, but sometimes deeply conflicted about what it means to be a man. I see young relationships bloom. I see heartbreak. I see misunderstandings. And I see how young men respond when something goes wrong. Some walk away. Some seek guidance. Some resolve with words. But others, raise their voices, raise their dominance, raise their hands. And when asked why she disrespect me, some will say, that's how it is. Some will even go further and say, you have to let them feel. Mr. Chairman, if violence is the language spoken in a household, then violence becomes the vocabulary of that child. Mr. Chairman, some young men think it is acceptable to hit a woman because that is what they are used to. That is what they are witnessed growing up. If a child grows up seeing his father raising his hands against his mother, you may internalize that dominance equals authority. So yes, parents, you have a role. And that brings me to the village, Mr. Chairman. It takes a village to raise a child. But what kind of village are we building? Many of us grew up hearing the biblical phrase, spare the rod and spoil the child. But discipline is not abuse. The rod in its original context symbolized governance and correction, not rage and humiliation. Mr. Chairman, and look at me now. Mr. Chairman, look where I am standing today, making my parents proud. If that rod used to be spared, I don't want to imagine where I would be today, Mr. Chairman. As head prefect, when I deal with disciplinary matters among boys, I see the effects of how they were corrected at home. Some boys are beaten, not to guide them, but out of anger. And when correction becomes violence, the lesson they internalize is simple. Power equals control. Parents, I speak to you. If correction comes with humiliation, your son may grow up to humiliate. If correction comes with violence, your son may replicate violence. If correction comes with dialogue, patience, and accountability, your son may grow up into a man who resolves conflict without fists. And the parents who fail to correct their sons, who ignore disrespect, who laugh when they boast about controlling girls, understand this: silence is training, indifference is permission. Now, I want to speak directly to the young men who are being abused. Yes, I'm speaking to you, young men. If you are being slapped, insulted, manipulated, sexually abused, or emotionally controlled, your pain is real. Society may tell you to man up, don't cry, but strength is not silence. Strength is seeking help. Section 5 of the Act prohibits discrimination on the basis of sex and gender identity. The protection includes you. You deserve safety. You deserve dignity. To the young women who have endured violence disguised as love, you are not weak. You are not dramatic. You are not overreacting. You deserve peace. To the young men who are abusing their partners, I speak to you as well. Control is not love. Fear is not respect. Dominance is not masculinity. Beating a woman doesn't make you a man. And remember that. Look into the Domestic Violence Act. It is not just a legal document. It is a mirror. Ask yourself if your behavior is leadership or is it cohesion? Is it love or is it abuse? And to the friends who know their friends are abusive, if you stay silent, you become complicit. Violence often begins in conversation long before it reaches the courtroom. Mr. Chairman, men as allies means this: when your friend brags about slapping his girlfriend, you do not laugh. You do not say, boy, you wicked. You say that is wrong. When your friend threatens to leak intimate photos, you remind him that cyberstalking is defined under Section 2 of the Act, and that girl he wants to expose, imagine it was his sister, his cousin, friend, or even mother. Mr. Chairman, pay accountability is prevention. Our sister island, Barbados, has strengthened public awareness campaigns and victim support services. Our sibling island of Trinidad and Tobago has declared gender-based violence a national priority. Jamaica continues to extend its domestic violence intervention programs and public education campaigns. Mr. Chairman, if our sibling and neighboring islands are confronting this crisis head-on, St. Lucia must not fall behind. Positive masculinity is not about suppressing emotion. It is about mastering it. Mr. Chairman, toxic masculinity says dominate. Positive masculinity says discipline yourself. Toxic masculinity says never cry. Positive masculinity says express yourself responsibly. Toxic masculinity says control her. Positive masculinity says respect her autonomy. Strength is not measured by how hard you hit. Strength is measured by how well you restrain your anger. Mr. Chairman, when young men go astray, our default response has often been punishment. But punishment without rehabilitation breeds resentment, not reform. I therefore propose a 24-hour youth support center established as a government program under the Ministry of Education, Youth Development, Sports and Digital Transformation. This center would operate 24 hours, provide crisis counseling, offer anger management and psychoeducational group therapy as envisioned under Section 3 obligations of the Minister, include legal literacy workshops under DV Act, provide emergency accommodation referrals, operate a confidential national hotline for young men and women experiencing abuse. I also propose stronger police accountability in enforcing the Domestic Violence Act. Domestic violence must never be dismissed as a private matter. Mandatory risk assessment, strict document, and supervisory review must be enforced. Protection delayed can be protection denied. Mr. Chairman, liberation means more than passing laws. Liberation means reshaping culture. Liberation means boys raised to believe that respect is strength. Liberation means girls raised to expect dignity. Liberation means parents correcting with wisdom. Liberation means friends choosing courage over silence. If we fail to act in homes, we will see consequences in courts. If we fail to teach empathy in classrooms, we will enforce discipline in prisons. The Domestic Violence Act gives us the legislative foundation, but laws do not change cultures. People do. To every young man listening, be the ally, be the reformer, be the example. To every parent, raise sons who respect, raise daughters who demand dignity. To every friend, choose accountability over approval. Let us move from legislation to liberation, and let every young man use the DV Act as a tool for fair accountability. Let it be said that in this house, at this moment, the youth of St. Lucia choose courage over toxic culture, responsibility over silence, and peace over pride. Mr. Chairman, I thank you.
I now call on the member representing the Beaufort Comprehensive Secondary School.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Joel Labadie, and I represent the Beaufort Comprehensive Secondary School. Mr. Chairman, we know too many stories of children, young adults, young women who are caught in situations of domestic violence. Some of them so vile and gruesome that the members here would be repulsed by. So many of these victims have ended up in an unending web of social ills that result in trauma endured. We are talking about drug and alcohol abuse, PTSD, teenage pregnancy, gender-based violence, to name but a few. As a young person from the south of the island, in my 15 years of experience, I already know the inequalities that the people in the south are faced with when it comes to access resources and even consideration for such. As a proud student of the Beaufort Comprehensive Secondary School, it will be remiss of me not to mention how Island Chums this year has been relocated to the very north of the island. Additionally, Mr. Chair, a volleyball match between the Viewfort Comprehensive Secondary School and the Binfield Secondary School, two prestigious schools in the southern part of the island, had to be played in the north at the Bossé-Jour indoor facility. Tell me why? Why, Mr. Chairman? You may ask, how does this relate to domestic violence and the National Youth Policy? These are just a couple of examples of how much the centralization of resources and services in the North affect the students and young people in the South. But since we are not here to discuss sports, I'll digress. Mr. Chairman, I address you and this honorable House on behalf of the many victims of violence who have not been able to get the care that they deserve due to the lack of access to responsibilities that should be easily accessible to them. These are children, teenagers, young adults, and even adults in the south of the island who have had to endure abuse without access to necessary help. Mr. Chair, when we talk about domestic violence in St. Lucia, we often focus on the laws that exist. We say protection orders are available. We say victims can seek help. But I want us to pause and ask a simple question. Help. Where? Because while services may exist on paper, many of them are concentrated in Castries. And for someone living in Viewfort, Micoud, Labrie, Choiseul, Soufrière, accessing those services is not simple. It is not convenient. And for some, it is nearly impossible. Imagine being a young woman in Viewfort who needs a protection order. She must travel almost 2 hours to Castries. That means transportation money. It means missing school or work. It means possibly explaining to family members or employers why she needs to be absent. And if the case is adjourned, she has to do it all over again. Mr. Chair, justice should not depend on your bus fare. In rural communities like Viewfort, domestic violence is often underreported. And not because it isn't happening, but because the barriers to reporting are heavy. We live in close-knit communities. Everyone knows everyone. Victims fear being judged. They fear being exposed. They fear retaliation. And when the system requires them to leave their community just to seek help, many simply remain silent. Now let us think about the youth specifically. A teenage girl experiencing violence at home may already feel powerless. Now imagine asking her to navigate a court system in Castries. Far from a support system, she may miss school, her grades may drop, her mental health may suffer. Anxiety, fear, trauma. These things do not disappear just because we have a law written in a document. Accessibility matters. If protection is centralized, then vulnerability becomes rural. The National Youth Policy 2025 to 2030 speaks about the youth empowerment, equal opportunities, and protection and well-being. But real accessibility determines whether those things are commitments or whether those commitments are real or just written words. If services are centralized in Castries, then the youth of Viewfort, Labrie, Micoud, Choiseul, Soufrière do not experience equal opportunities in practice. The policy likes to encourage active youth participation in national life. But when the students or young adults must travel excessively for services, rural youth are indirectly excluded from full participation. This is a development gap. Must justice require long-distance travel? Rural accessibility is not a side issue. It is a test on whether the National Youth Policy 2025 to 2030 is truly national. If the services remain centralized, then vulnerability becomes rural. If we decentralize services, we strengthen the policy credibility. Mr. Chair, I am not only here to highlight problems, I am here to propose realistic action. First, mobile protection clinics. Instead of forcing victims to travel to castries, why not bring legal aid, social workers, counselors to communities like Beaufort once or twice a month? These clinics could operate from community centers. Victims could apply for protection orders, receive counseling, and get referral right there in their district. Some might argue that there is already a legal aid and representation available in the South. To that I ask, how well are the services known? Do the victims who require these options know of their existence? A service that exists but is not properly sensitized publicly may as well be non-existent. Victims in the Southern District, being unaware of the support options available to them, result in silence, delay, and continued suffering. How does it benefit a victim to learn that protection could have technically been gotten sooner? What comfort is it to discover months after that there were solvent options? The lack of outreach creates the illusion and no help exists. In this case, ignorance does not just limit access, it cancels the service entirely. Justice should move towards the people instead of the people chasing justice. Second, digital filing station. We live in a digital era. Why must someone travel 2 hours just to file paperwork? Rural police station could be equipped with confidential digital filing kiosks. Victims could submit applications electronically. In some cases, virtual hearing could reduce unnecessary traveling. This would not replace the courts, it would modernize access to them. Third, we strengthen local responses. Decentralization is not about building, it is about training. Police officers in rural districts should receive specialized domestic violence and youth-sensitive training. When victims feel believed and supported at the local level, they are more likely to come forward. Some may say this is too expensive, but I ask, what is the cost of doing nothing? Domestic violence leads to hospital visits, mental health crises, school dropouts, and long-term social instability. Prevention and accessibility reduce long-term national costs. Protecting youth today protects our workforce tomorrow. If funding is a concern, we can begin with a pilot program in Beaufort, partner with the non-government official, NGOs, use existing community centers. Start small, but start. Mr. Chair, justice should never be a postcode privilege. In conclusion, a young person in Beaufort deserves the same protection as someone in Castries. Decentralizing services is not about convenience, it is about equality, it's about dignity, it is about safety. If we truly believe in protecting families and empowering youth, then we must bridge the gap between policy and practice. Because a law that cannot be accessed is a promise that cannot be kept. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, member. I now call on the member for Castries North.
Honorable Chair, distinguished members of this Parliament, fellow youth advocates, my name is Marcus Jody and I represent the community of Castries North. I rise here today to address Area 4, mandatory reporting, duty versus confidentiality. under the Domestic Violence Act 2022. Honorable members, let us confront a reality that many young people silently endure. Imagine a 17-year-old student who confides in her teacher that she's been abused at home by her stepfather. She whispers to her teacher, "Please don't tell anyone, because if you do, he will hurt me again." The teacher sees fears in that child's eye, but at this moment, the teacher is at a crossroad. Because under Section 7, page 125, I may add, of the Domestic Violence Act, teachers, nurses, youth leaders, counselors, and other designated professionals are legally obligated to report suspected abuse of any child under the age of 18. Also, Section 7.5 is clearly stated that failure to report is a criminal offense. Honorable members, the law leaves no room for hesitation, but here lies the tension. When a young person confides in an adult and discovers that a report must be made even against their wishes, trust can fracture. This is what we call a trust gap. A young person may think, if I speak, I may lose control. If I speak, my situation might worsen. If I speak, I may not be believed. And so many of them chose silence. For too long in St. Lucia, in our country, domestic violence has survived under a culture of secrecy, where abuse is hidden as to quote-unquote protect the family name. The Domestic Violence Act 2022 boldly challenges that silence. It declares that abuse is not a private matter, it is a national concern. Yet, honorable members, if our reporting systems are not youth-sensitive, we risk replacing them with silence, the family silence, with institutional fear. Now let us connect this issue to the National Youth Policy. That policy speaks about youth and health well-being, learning and safe environments, protection and social justice, empowerment and participation. The policy also ensures that perpetrators are held accountable, school and youth spaces are not silent bystanders, and protection becomes a structured responsibility. Because without mandatory reporting, abuse will continue to go unchecked. However, the youth policy does not only aim for protection, it aims for empowerment. If a young person feels that disclosure automatically strips them from their dignity, then we are protecting them legally, but failing them emotionally. Honorable members, good legislation must be matched with compassionate implementation. And I shall repeat, good legislation must be matched with compassionate implementation. The Domestic Violence Act provides the legal authority, the National Youth Policy provides the developmental vision, but together they must create a system where safety and trust coexist. Honorable Chair, I now present recommendation aligned with the Voices of Peace Action Plan. Number 1, to establish confidential support pathways. Before a report is filed, the young person must clearly be informed that the reporting is mandatory. The process must be explained step by step. Emotional support must be provided immediately, and a designated support officer should remain with the youth throughout the situation, because reporting should not feel or should ever feel like abandonment. It should feel like protection. Number 2, mandatory trauma-informed training. All mandated reporters, such as teachers, youth leaders, nurses, must receive standardized training in trauma-informed communication, youth-centered responses, and maintaining a relational trust after reporting. Honorable Chair, knowing the law is not enough. We must know how to apply it humanely. My third point, youth-friendly reporting structures in schools. I recommend designated child focal points in every single school. Clear youth-friendly guides explaining what happens after a report is made. Safe consultation spaces within the schools, because young people must understand the system, not fear it. And my last point, the national campaign to break the silence of the cultural silence. Government and civil society, such as the Do Nation Foundation, must collaborate on public awareness campaigns, school dialogues, parent engagement sessions, because we must redefine strength, because speaking up is not betrayal, it is bravery. Honorable members, as I close today, mandatory reporting is not the enemy of confidentiality. Silence is. Our duty as leaders is not to choose between legal obligation and trust. Our duty is to design systems where fulfilling the law strengthens that trust. When a young person speaks, they are not simply just sharing information. They are placing their safety, their dignity, and their future in our hands. Let's ensure that when they do speak, the system that they encounter is not cold, but protective and compassionate. Let us uphold the law. Let us honor our youth voices, and let us build a St. Lucia where duty and trust can walk hand in hand. Honorable Chair, with these few points, I would like to submit my contribution. Thank you.
Thank you, member. I now call on the member representing the St. Joseph's Convent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Bria Lovens, representing the St. Joseph's Convent, and I will be speaking on social media advocacy, digital empowerment. Entering the digital space should require more than just a password and email address, but unfortunately, it does not. You are not taught online etiquette in this society. It is all towards discretion. And this is where our problem starts. Digital spaces should be used as platforms to inspire, educate, and safeguard users. But the lack of regulations on these platforms, as well as the integrity of users, limits this. I will be taking references from the Domestic Violence Act number 11 of 2022, the National Youth Policy 2025 to 2030, Regional Caribbean Violence Against Women Studies, Public Crime and Homicide Statistics from the Government of St. Lucia, as well as research on violence against women and girls with disabilities in Latin America and the Caribbean. Online is real life. Digital abuse is not just online. If it happens on your phone, it happens to you. A screenshot can traumatize someone for years. A viral post can damage a reputation overnight. St. Lucia is highly connected. As of 2025, internet penetration is estimated at over 70%, with approximately half of the population active on social media platforms. This means digital safety is directly connected to youth safety. Amongst the generation, sharing memes of people in compromising situations has become the norm.
Member, I'm just being instructed that we would like you to speak a bit louder to be caught on the audio.
Thank you. Media, and music normalizes behaviors that the law has recognized as abuse, like our honorable member from Safa has stated. St. Lucia in the violence context. St. Lucia has one of the higher homicide rates in the Caribbean region in recent years, with national figures exceeding 30 homicides per 100,000 population in some years. This broader violence environment affects youth safety, relationships, and community trust. National discussions and public reports have highlighted growing concerns around cybercrime, including cyberbullying, hacking, and malicious communication. So, what is domestic violence? As we have learned, the Domestic Violence Act of 2022 recognizes psychological abuse, harassment, threats, cyberstalking, and invasions of privacy as forms of domestic violence, even without physical contact. Examples include demanding passwords or constant location sharing, monitoring messages and social media activity, threatening to leak private photos or videos, repeated possessiveness or jealousy that invades privacy. All of these actions are amplified due to the lack of security on social platforms. And this is not love, this is abuse, and the law recognizes it. Regional studies across Caribbean countries show that nearly half of women have experienced some form of intimate partner violence in their lifetime. Emotional and psychological abuse are the most common forms of violence, which begin with digital control and online harassment. With persons with disabilities who face higher rates of violence than persons without disabilities from barriers which include communication challenges, dependency on caregivers, lack of accessible reporting mechanisms, and limited data collection. Young people who cannot speak or rely on assistive communication systems may struggle to report abuse. Advocacy must ensure inclusion through captions, sign language, interpretation, and simplified digital content. Globally, tens of thousands of women and girls are killed each year by intimate partners or family members. Domestic spaces remain amongst the most dangerous for women and girls, where in the Caribbean region, high homicide rates combined with the underreporting of domestic violence means that intimate partners' deaths may not always be captured in national statistics. So the youth policies link. The National Youth Policy of 2025 to 2030 includes ICT and mass media as key pillars. This promotes digital empowerment, responsible connectivity, and youth engagement. These are identified as key pillars because youth are the most digitally active demographic in St. Lucia. Technology shapes how youth learn, communicate, and interact. Digital empowerment truly means more than access to devices or internet connectivity. It means understanding digital rights, protecting personal data and privacy, recognizing online exploitation, and using technology safely and responsibly. Digital empowerment must include recognizing abuse and protecting privacy, and using online platforms to promote peace and accountability. For my recommendations, first I have a youth-friendly Know Your Rights campaign where people could create short videos explaining cyber stalking and psychological abuse, or integrate digital safety education into HFLE and social studies classes. Inclusive advocacy. Ensure content includes persons with disabilities, which provides the captions, sign language, and accessible formats. Close digital loopholes. Advocate for rapid takedown protocols for intimate images. Address deepfakes and sextortion through updated legislation. Partnership with youth influencers by using a Voices of Peace 758 campaign, where you would promote healthy relationships, consent, privacy, and respect. Youth accountability mechanism. Create an online anonymous feedback platform for domestic violence survivors, as well as publishing an annual youth implementation review. To conclude, digital empowerment is more than access to Wi-Fi. It is knowing your rights, protecting your dignity, and refusing to normalize abuse as entertainment. Youth can trend peace. Youth can make safety go viral. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Members, this is just a reminder in delivering your presentations that you refer to the chair at different points throughout your presentation. So at this point, I call on the member who is the Voices of Peace Ambassador from MICU.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Alani Boyd, and I'm a Voices of Peace Ambassador residing in MICU. I'm here today to talk about the portion of economic abuse relating to the Domestic Violence Act of 2022. As you know, Mr. Chairman, economic abuse can be one of the various factors that can attribute to youth unemployment. The International Labor Organization in 2024 stated that, aside from Haiti, youth unemployment across the Caribbean stands at 17.6%. For St. Lucia, this unemployment rate is significantly higher. From 2024 to 2025, that rate stands at approximately 20%. So how does this relate to economic abuse? The Domestic Violence Act of 2022 states in its policy that economic abuse is exercising control over, exploiting, or limiting a person's access to financial resources. This can come in the form of taking away assets, such as property or shares, or it can take away access to a separate banking account, not allowing their partner to open up their individual checking account. For an adult-to-child relationship, this relates to not paying financial obligations owed to their dependent. These are the tactics that abusers use to manipulate another person to create financial dependence. These systems of abuse can lead to limitations on financial independence and lead to long-term unemployment. Some more examples are a man or woman having control over their spouse's or partner's finances completely. Again, not allowing them to open up their individual accounts over the guise of them having a sole joint partner account. For the youth, this could be a boyfriend or girlfriend discouraging the other from getting a job, to the point of sabotaging career opportunities. Some excuses could be like, "What do you need money for? I take care of everything." These are excuses that the abuser uses to make the victim feel unheard, isolated, and completely dependent on them financially. This can take away agency, confidence, and the ability to speak up for victims in these situations. This relates to youth significantly, as we are young professionals
starting out, and it's important for us to know the warning signs. Financial independence is nourished early on for success, and for those who are in those abusive relationships, financial dependence and financial independence can become skewed. Economic abuse as a whole can affect financial literacy, leaving emotional trauma and financial scars for survivors. Again, I reiterate, youth need to know the warning signs to advocate not only for themselves, but their peers within these relationships, and further on within the workforce. With this, I provide some recommendations. We as youth need to provide support and career pathways for survivors of economic abuse. This comes in the form of financial literacy and career workshops that are specifically tailored to domestic violence victims. This will teach them how to gain their financial independence and authority back, not only within their personal life, but also within the workforce. This will provide opportunities to network with companies, providing resume and interview workshops, so they can again have their agency and take a step back into economic freedom. Financial, again, there can be advising with budgeting and saving for future expenses. Some potential partnerships that we could collaborate with would be the Youth Economy Agency in St. Lucia to help to develop and amplify the financing, training, and development portions of these workshops. This would be paired with mentorship for specific domestic violence survivors so they understand that they are heard and are continued to be supported throughout their process within the aftermath. We can also collaborate with local banks.
Member, I don't want to interrupt your presentation. In fact, I'm just very tuned into what you would like to present. However, just to remind you that the presentation is through the chair. So just to provide you that guidance moving forward. Thanks.
Noted. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Chairman, as I was saying, we should collaborate with local banks as well to ensure that they are trained to deal with domestic violence victims and provide ways to support them for future financial independence. This also comes along with ensuring the process is easier to discreetly open up a checking account for victims that are still in that situation. This might already be in the process, but we need to ensure that it is advertised wholly to the public so survivors know that they are heard and they have an option to get out. We also can provide educational infographics, simple brochures or pamphlets that are accessible, legible, and easy to read. Mr. Chairman, they can be distributed in schools, banks, and populated places like grocery stores to ensure that victims or people who know of victims in that situation know the early warning signs of economic abuse, and now it is considered a form of domestic violence. We should also continue to centralize an online database and toolkit for survivors. As my previous members mentioned, it's important to be equitable across the island, and having a digitized database will allow direct resources to the victim. This can detail financial resources, mental health resources, or even safety measures that provide information for hotlines and safe houses. So, Mr. Chairman, I will say we need to address these policies and provide structural support and career pathways for those domestic violence victims and survivors. We as youth, we are young professionals and change makers, and we have the opportunity, responsibility, and agency to support those who are in these situations and support them along within their aftermath after the violence. Thank you.
Thank you, member. At this point in time, we'll have the member representing the UE Global Campus.
Mr. Chair, honorable members, members of the viewing audience, good morning. Permit me to compliment each speaker who has gone before me. I am so impressed at the texture of brilliance in this very room. Very, very well done. And Mr. Chair, if you so suspect that there is any excitement in my voice, I must admit I was a little nervous until I read a message telling me that there will be hot dumplings awaiting me when I get home. So I'm a bit more excited at this. Dumplings have a significant value in my life. It strings me along pretty well. So as I move on, I will refer to the Bible as I normally do in every presentation that I am allowed to undertake. Let no one despise your youth, but be an example in word, in conduct, in love, in faith, and in purity. 1 Timothy chapter 4, verse 12. Also, please, Mr. Chair, allow me to state that I am what you call a bidon l'église, and I am most proud of that fact and trait about myself. Almighty God has granted me the privilege of standing in this chamber, and in biblical context, service is sacred. Leadership is stewardship. And youth is not a waiting room for relevance. It is a responsibility to act. Mr. Chairman, I am Diana Williams, a student of sociology at the University of the West Indies Global Campus. And I rise in this honorable house representing the youth of St. Lucia, entrusted with their voice and accountable with their future. I rise today with clarity of purpose and steadiness of conviction. I rise aware that history always listens when young leaders speak with conviction. I rise conscious that the safety of our women, our men, and our children is not a partisan issue. It is a national obligation. No, we cannot close our eyes anymore. Mr. Chairman, this is not merely a policy matter. It is a moral reckoning, not merely to address a statute, but to address the moral architecture of our nation. Today, I rise to advance a singular proposition, that the Domestic Violence Act number 11 of 2022 must evolve from legislative achievement into operational excellence through strengthened police protocols, structured sensitivity, and specialized response units. This is not a debate about wording. I reserve this for my UE professors, Mr. Chair. It is a decision about whether protection is predictable. In the next few moments, I will trace the history of evolution of the domestic violence legislation in St. Lucia, present where we stand, grounded in data and in institutional reality, identify the enforcement gap that threatens public trust, advance 5 evidence-driven reforms, and articulate a 2030 vision worthy of our people. Mr. Chair, honorable members, members of the viewing audience, please stay with me The goal is to get to the dumplings. I may be lengthy, but the goal is to get to the dumplings. Stay with me. Mr. Chair, St. Lucia first enacted the domestic violence legislation in 1995 when I was but a tiny tot, under the Domestic Violence Summary Proceedings Act. At the time, it was forward-thinking. It recognized that violence within the home was not a private inconvenience, but a public injustice. This was one of the situations where minding someone's business was actually a good thing to do. It was not something where an incident of that nature would happen and no one would know, or if people would know, they would mind their business. It would be everyone's business to acknowledge it and deal with the situation, as required by the law, of course. Yet it reflected the limitations of its era. It centered physical injury. It privileged formal relationships. It did not anticipate digital coercion. It did not fully articulate economic or psychological abuse. Society, of course, Mr. Chair, evolved. Technology accelerated. Patterns of control modernized. The law had to catch up. It aligned, and also in 2022, this Parliament enacted the Domestic Violence Act number 11 of 2022, expanding definitions, strengthening protection orders, mandating risk assessments, and recognizing technology-facilitated abuse. It aligned St. Lucia with contemporary human rights principles and CARICOM regional commitments. It was not symbolic reform, Mr. Chair. It was structural recalibration. But laws do not enforce themselves, do they? No, they do not. Ink does not intervene. Paper does not protect. Institutions do. Legislation, however progressive, is only as strong as its implementation. And that, honorable members, Mr. Chairman, is where history now examines us. In 2022, St. Lucia's population stood at approximately 179,000. Mr. Chairman, the United Nations in 2026 now states that the estimated population is 180,488. 1 in 5 St. Lucians is young. Globally, the World Health Organization reports that 1 in 3 women experiences physical or sexual violence in her lifetime. The Caribbean, right here at home, continues to record some of the highest rates of intimate partner violence worldwide. Can you imagine? Between 2014 and 2024, over 300 homicide victims in St. Lucia alone were under the age of 35. The National Crime Victimization Survey confirms significant underreporting of domestic violence. This is what criminologists refer to as the dark figure of crime. Mr. Chairman, underreporting most certainly does not signal safety. It signals hesitation, and hesitation signals a trust deficit. Trust, once it is fractured, is not repaired by slogans. It is repaired by consistency. If citizens must debate whether they will be treated with dignity, then dignity itself has not yet been institutionalized. qu'est-ce que nous voulons faire pour la paix? Non, nous ne voulons pas paix, nous voulons protéger. We must protect our people. When survivors believe that they will be questioned rather than protected, Mr. Chairman, honorable members, they remain silent. When trauma responses are misinterpreted as inconsistency, justice stalls. Neuroscientific research demonstrates that trauma disrupts memory sequencing. A fragmented recounting is not fabrication, it is biology. We are wired like this. If enforcement does not understand trauma, enforcement unintentionally, most certainly it does, Mr. Chairman, compounds harm. This is not accusation, it is institutional diagnosis. According to the World Bank Capital Index, 34% of St. Lucian youth are NEET, as in not in education, employment, or training. Economic disconnection correlates strongly with vulnerability. Global research consistently, Mr. Chairman, finds that financial dependency is one of the most significant barriers preventing victims from exiting abusive relationships. For example, I'm dating a gentleman who seems to be very well-to-do financially. He is capable of providing me with my every need, yet he is abusive. I don't have a skill, I don't have a talent, I'm unemployed. What am I left to do, Mr. Chairman? But economic abuse must not be dramatic. It is not. It is methodical. It restricts access to funds. It manipulates housing. It controls transportation. Mr. Chairman, honorable members, can you imagine living in a time where a man, because again of his financial power, controls your every move? Mr. Chairman, if you permit me to speak in our Creole language, it is normally very raw, but when one takes their time with it, it is very sweet. Monsieur agent from a PS non pas capable. Ou peni bœuf, ou peni thé, ou peni cochon. Moi écoute, mani gosse, mani hote, mais pièce non pas capable. Si ni plus l'argent passe moi, l'idée moi c'est ça moi, il passe jamais code moi. And this is a lesson and a message to not just us young people listening and trying to make the best out of speaking English in this chamber, but understanding what is before us. We should not be victims or be susceptible to financial power and control in a domestic violence abuse regard. Protection orders, Mr. Chairman, cannot override poverty. A restraining order cannot and will not pay rent. A court order cannot substitute for financial independence. When economic vulnerability meets intimate violence, the result is prolonged captivity. The man will keep you as long as you are vulnerable, as long as you are quote-unquote broke, as long as you cannot provide for yourself, Mr. Chair. This is not merely a social issue, it is a national development issue. Therefore, police response must be coordinated with social services, employment pathways, and community support systems. Violence is not merely interpersonal, it is structural. The Domestic Violence Act of 2022 is modern, Mr. Chairman, but modern laws require modern enforcement. Sensitivity cannot be discretionary. It must be systemic. It must be protocol-driven as well. And so I advance 5 reforms grounded in evidence, aligned with best practice, and designed for institutional longevity. Mr. Chairman,
Member,
diagnosis
Member.
without prescription.
you have 5 minutes within which to conclude your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Diagnosis without prescription is mere performance. We have analyzed, now we must act. First, I propose specialized youth response units, dedicated trauma certified digital literate officers in each major district. Secondly, standardized risk assessment tools, uniform validated assessments instruments used nationwide. Thirdly, mandatory certification, annual competency-based training in trauma science, digital evidence preservation, and disability inclusion. Another is digital evidence modernization. Officers must be equipped to preserve metadata, authenticate digital records, and secure evidence promptly. Mr. Chairman, a 5th recommendation is a Youth and Survivor Advisory Council. Institutionalized youth and survivor representation within the national GBV oversight frameworks. Youth are not observers of governance, Mr. Chairman. We are stakeholders in its outcome. We are not only the future, we are present. By 2030, I envision a St. Lucia where trauma-informed interviewing is a standard practice. Digital abuse cases are processed efficiently. Accessibility for deaf survivors is guaranteed. Data transparency informs policy adjustments. Trust between youth and law enforcement is measurable and growing. This is not aspirational language, Mr. Chairman. It is measurable governance. It is accountable leadership. It is what serious nations and serious youth do. It is institutional design. Mr. Chair, as I close, there will come a day when a young woman walks into a police station with trembling hands and steady hope. She will not be interrogated. She will be protected. There will come a day when a young man chooses restraint over retaliation because he understands that strength is discipline. There will come a day when a deaf survivor communicates and the state responds fluently. That day will not be accidental. It will be intentional. It will be disciplined. It will be designed, and design begins here. We cannot legislate courage, but we can institutionalize protection. We cannot rewrite yesterday, but we can redesign tomorrow. The Domestic Violence Act of 2022 is our declaration. Now, it must also be our demonstration. Because when a nation protects its most vulnerable, it proves that it is strong, Mr. Chair. To the beautiful women in my life who have no idea that I'm here doing this, and especially my mom, who was born in this month, surprise and happy International Women's Day in advance, of course. I thank you.
Thank you, member. We'll now have the member representing the Leoness Comprehensive Secondary School.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Let's check. My name is Saisha Oberts, and I am the Leonhurst Comprehensive Secondary School's representative. Mr. Chairman, honorable members, people of the audience, and fellow citizens, I would like to emphasize on what was said before me. St. Lucia has taken a monumental step forward with the Domestic Violence Act number 11 of 2022. The act is progressive. It broadens the definition of domestic relationships. It recognizes financial, emotional, and psychological abuse. It makes protection orders stronger. And most importantly, it acknowledges something very important. Domestic violence doesn't suddenly appear in adulthood. But I ask this house, when protection and justice relies on hearings, effective service and appeals, what happens to the young person waiting in between it all? The issue before us isn't whether justice exists, but whether justice arrives in time. Mr. Chairman, there is a gap in our justice framework. The Act references the Child Care Adoption and Protection Act, the primary legislation that protects children under 18 from abuse and neglect. It regulates foster care and adoption, but in the shadow of all this progress, a critical and uncomfortable situation emerges. In how the law defines a child versus how society defines youth. In public policy, the youth often extends beyond 18, sometimes up to 25, even 35. But legally, at 18, child protection ends. At 18, the shield of the Child Care Adoption and Protection Act is withdrawn. At 18, the Domestic Violence Act treats that person, whether perpetrator or victim, as an adult, even if that person is still going to secondary school, even if that person depends on their parents for protection, even if that person is financially and emotionally vulnerable. There is no bridge or transition. There is only a cliff. An order that expires just as a young person begins to navigate adulthood independently is a broken promise. A justice system that protects a child at 17 but abandons them at 18 is not a justice system. It is a waiting game, and the abuser is the one waiting to win. Mr. Chairman, while the Act rightfully recognizes children in domestic relationships, including dating and visiting relationships, it does not fully account for the unique and heightened vulnerabilities of the youth. The youth experience unique barriers. They may lack financial independence. They may depend on adults for transportation. As rightfully said from the member from Youth for Comprehensive, justice should not depend on bus fare. The youth rely on adults for a ride to the police station, a ride to court, a ride to a safe place. They rely on school schedules. Their lives are governed by school bells and academic calendars, not court dockets. They face family pressure to withdraw a complaint to avoid quote-unquote drama and uphold the family's name. They may fear social stigma, as rightfully said by the member from South Afro Community College. Gossip and shame keep people quiet. A fear of being ostracized by their peers, a fear of rumors spreading through social media. It all can be paralyzing. They often cannot escape. They may live in the same community
walk the same hallways, breathe the same air as the abuser or accuser, waiting for the next bell, the next class, the next bus ride, the next encounter. An adult survivor or perpetrator navigates the justice system with a degree of urgency. A young person, survivor or perpetrator, navigates the justice system from a position of profound dependence. An adult waits for justice. A young person survives the wait. The longer the process stretches, fear returns, evidence weakens, emotional stamina fades, cases are withdrawn. And when cases are withdrawn, the law is not strengthened, it is avoided. A justice system that young people cannot endure is a justice system that young people will not use. And a law that is not used is a law that has failed. Mr. Chairman, the youth also face the tyranny of time. When we speak about protection orders, we are speaking about the law's promise of safety. But for a young person, timing is not just a small detail. It is everything. Timing can determine whether they feel protected or exposed. An interim order lasts only to 28 days. But if the final hearing is adjourned for months, that creates a dangerous gap of vulnerability. Young people do not magically move from vulnerable to safe overnight just because they turn 18. A system where justice drags on is not truly a system of justice. Justice delayed is justice denied. Let us consider the procedural realities that create this gap. Interim orders are only a temporary shield, and they expire quickly. Final hearings are often pushed back. Sometimes the accused fails to appear, causing even more delay. And even the right to appeal, though legally sound, can prolong the emotional closure that a young person desperately needs. For a youth survivor, this waiting period is not administrative. It is a period of sustained emotional exposure. Let me provide you with a tangible example. Imagine a 16-year-old who musters the courage to report abuse by a partner who attends the same school as them. An interim protection order is granted, but the final hearing is adjourned. The youth respondent continues to walk the same corridors. The survivor must sit in CXC examinations. Their concentration shattered. They must take the same bus route home, their hearts racing at every stop. The act allows for protection, but the court schedule dictates their safety. The justice system measures time in procedural steps. A youth survivor measures time in nights spent in fear. Let me make this abundantly clear. I am not asking that we dismantle this progressive act. In simple terms, I am saying that the act needs fortification. We need to build a bridge of practical strengths that connect the law's intention to the survivor's reality. Here are 5 targets. 1. Fast-track hearings for youth cases. All domestic violence cases involving young people should be handled quickly. The law should require these cases to be heard within a strict, non-negotiable time frame. 2. Automatic child advocates.
if a protection order involves a minor, a trained child advocate should automatically be appointed to represent that child's interests. Just as youth offenders are given a voice under the Child Justice Act, young survivors of violence must also have someone to speak for and protect them. 3. Extended protection orders. Courts should have the power to extend protection orders beyond 18 if there is still a risk. Create safety plans to support survivors as they transition into adulthood. Include school-based safety measures. Provide special legal training for Ministry of Education officials and coordinate safety plans with relevant agencies. Safety should not end just because someone turns 18. 4. School court coordination. There should be confidential systems between the family court and the Ministry of Education. Schools should be able to adjust class schedules, ensure safety in shared spaces, provide exam accommodations if trauma affects performance, all while protecting the survivor's privacy. And 5, youth-focused intervention programs. Courts should require youth offenders to attend special intervention programs that address teen dating violence. Early education and counseling can break the cycle of violence, protect future victims, help rehabilitate young offenders. Prevention today protects tomorrow. Mr. Chairman, Ms. Lucia has proven its leadership by enacting this visionary legislation. But true leadership is not measured by the laws we write on paper. It is measured by the lives we protect through them. It is about ensuring that laws work for the most vulnerable among us, those whose voices are the quietest among us, and those whose dependence is the greatest. Youth are not miniature adults. Their fears are amplified by their inexperience. Their dependence on others for safety is absolute. A justice system that offers robust protection in theory but is exhausting and is inaccessible, in practice is not youth-centered justice. It is mirage. A system that young people cannot navigate, cannot endure, cannot trust is a system that we will not use. And that is a failure we cannot afford. Let us commit to closing this gap. Let us transform our laws so that protection is not procedural, but a personal practice and present reality for every young person of St. Lucia. I thank you.
Member from the Caucus Central Youth and Sports Council.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to move the notion that we suspend this House for lunch and resume at 1 p.m.
Members, the question is that the House stands suspended until 1 p.m. this afternoon. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of the contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The House stands suspended until 1 p.m. this afternoon.
Ladies and gentlemen, the viewing public, what we have witnessed is the National Youth Caucus on display. 17 advocates transitioning and being actively involved in legislative engagement. This constructive dialogue has caused the young parliamentarians to examine the act and to assess its impact, its practical impact. The deliveries this morning, we've seen and heard so much. They were expected to deliver based on 3 key pillars: the reality of the National Youth Policy of 2025-2030, and they also had to look at the Domestic Violence Act of 2022. Did they do that? Ultimately, they did. The 10 speakers who have gone so far before the lunch break will all articulate their content, their research, what they said, how they delivered was all from practice and actually giving off an account of themselves through their understanding. We saw through their lenses how the policy and the act aligns. They were able to articulate and bring out that practical impact, and definitely in all 10 presentations so far, they were able to bring forth solution, forward-thinking recommendations to the policymakers. Let's take a look and maybe just assess some of the things coming out of the session this morning. We heard from one speaker who clearly would have read through the 2 pieces of document, and when they spoke, when they delivered, I'm telling you, it was something to have been in the room to have received. The emotion of the speakers, the content, the background, the articulation, the everything, I am telling you, it was a resounding call to action from all 10 of the 17 speakers so far. You heard comments or deliveries such as, the law speaks about us, but not for us. You heard other speakers indicating, are they reaching the youth? A thought-provoking question to policymakers, of course. And phrases or statements such as, not what the law says. The behaviors we've normalized in society, they made reference to that. Some indicated that the law lives on paper, almost to imply that in terms of the actions or what the law should be protecting does not exist. These, like I said, are just some of the comments coming out of the deliveries this morning, and each speaker in their own way, they were impactful. They brought about the passion, the emotion. They brought about a version. If you've never read the National Youth Policy of 2025-2030, or if you've never taken the time to read through the Domestic Violence Act of 2022, there and through their lenses, they were able to explain, and that was their task today, to examine the act, to see if it aligns to, from their lenses, from their perspective, align it with what they want or what they know the youth of their individual communities want. And like I said, they did this through every presentation. There were, of course, some speakers who stood out. There were, of course, some speakers, I'm sure if they continue to do this, they can be possible parliamentarians or representatives within their own communities. What we've seen, what we've witnessed is passionate from the mouth of the youth. There's a phrase that maybe captures this. The fact that we did not inherit the earth from our ancestors. We inherited it from our children, was what was on display. The youth offering their voice and making their voice be heard in this meaningful, historic platform, in this constructive dialogue and legislative engagement that allowed their voice to be heard. I'm Yvonne Edwin, Communication Lead for Do Nation, Good Deed St. Lucia. And we're here on a break, and we'll be right back to take in the rest of the young parliamentarians who will be presenting after the break. Thank you.
Oh, donation. Oh, donation. From Denry down to Meekwood side, to Viewport where the dreams reside, rural women rising, taking the lead, planting a future, sowing a seed. We're breaking barriers, we're bridging a gap. With sign language hands, we're changing the map. We are the voices of peace. Strong and empowered, that's who we'll be. Seen and heard in unity. No more violence, just love release. We are the voices of peace. Inclusive mindset. We empower.
starting in 5 minutes. And between that time, I ask that, of course, your phones return to silent or do not disturb. And we will be joined shortly by the Minister of Equity. Honorable Emma Hippolyte. Huh?
officer. Just give me a second.
I'd like to call the caucus to order. Honorable members, at the time that the House was suspended, we debated the resolution, the 2026 Youth Resolution on Peace and Protection, a joint declaration of the Voices of Peace National Youth Caucus. We will now move to the legislative critiques and operative clause proposals. And to start us off this afternoon, I now call on the member representing Caucus Comprehensive Secondary School.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sophia Cornabat, and I am the representative from Caucus Comprehensive Secondary School. Since I assume that both your hearts and stomachs are full, I demand your attention. Peace is not simply the absence of violence. Peace is the guarantee of protection for everyone. Today, I rise to speak about disability and inclusion within the Domestic Violence Act 2022 with specific focus on whether its protections truly reach members of our deaf community. Because, Mr. Chairman, protection that cannot be heard, cannot be understood, and cannot be accessed is protection denied. The reality, the Domestic Violence Act 2022 establishes protection orders, reporting systems, and enforcement mechanisms. On paper, it protects all citizens. But we must ask, what happens when a deaf 19-year-old experiences abuse at home and needs immediate help? What happens when she calls for assistance but cannot hear instructions given over the phone? What happens when police arrive and no one present can communicate in sign language? Mr. Chairman, I ask you, what happens when she must recount trauma through written notes, hoping her message is understood? For many members of the deaf community, violence is compounded by communication barriers. For members of the deaf community, communication is not a minor detail. It is everything. Without trained officers, without certified interpreters, or accessible reporting systems, the pathway to justice becomes uncertain. And uncertainty, it creates fear. Mr. Chairman, I said uncertainty creates fear. Many deaf survivors may hesitate to report abuse because they fear being misunderstood. They fear not being believed. They fear being forced to rely on a family member, and that family member may very well be the same abuser who harmed them that morning. That is not safety. That is vulnerability. Abuse within the deaf community can also include confiscating communication devices, preventing contact with support networks. Mr. Chairman, some abusers even have the audacity to restrict access to interpreters, the very same people that allow them to communicate with law enforcement. These forms of control silence survivors in more ways than one. The question is not whether or not the act exists. We know the act exists. The question is whether or not the law can hear them. Legislative deep dive. The Domestic Violence Act 2022 provides definitions of physical, emotional, and psychological abuse. It outlines enforcement mechanisms and protection pathways. However, the Act does not explicitly detail how enforcement must accommodate deaf individuals. Additionally, its language is legalistic. For a young person like myself, or even an 18-year-old or 19-year-old, the Act is bewildering. It is perplexing. It is mystifying. So imagine someone, particularly one who relies on sign language as their primary mode of communication. The Act is not easily understood. If a law is meant to empower the youth, then, Mr. Chairman, the youth must be able to access and comprehend it. Youth-friendly summaries should exist in accessible formats. Public awareness campaigns must include sign language interpretation. Protection should not depend on whether or not interpretation happens to be available on that day. Accessibility should be embedded, not improvised. Policy integration. The National Youth Policy 2025 to 2030 emphasizes inclusion, safety, and equitable youth development. But youth development cannot occur in environments of fear, and safety, it cannot exist without communication. If St. Lucia envisions a future where every single young person thrives, Mr. Chairman, I did not say live, I did not say survive, I said thrive. Then enforcement of the Domestic Violence Act must include sign language trained officers within police districts, immediate access to qualified interpreters during court proceedings, public education campaigns that visibly include the deaf community. Inclusion is not symbolic. Inclusion is structural. As Helen Keller once said, alone we can do so little. Together we can do so much. If we fail to communicate with the deaf community, then togetherness becomes incomplete. The call to action. If you don't want to acknowledge or accommodate the deaf community, you may just want a quick win. You may just want to designate at least one, the bare minimum, one domestic violence officer per district, trained in some basic sign language and deaf-sensitive protocols. That's measurable, that's achievable, that's immediate. But do they really deserve just a quick win? No, they do not. They deserve a long-term goal. We need to institutionalize permanent accessibility measures. We need to guarantee sign language interpretation for all domestic violence-related proceedings. We need to guarantee a 24-hour accessible reporting mechanisms for deaf individuals. We need to guarantee disability-inclusive training embedded in police academics. Representation from the deaf community on monitoring and oversight committees. Accessibility must move from accommodation to expectation. A deaf survivor should never have to stand in a police station trying to explain fear with hands that are shaking and no one there understands them. They should never have to relive their trauma twice, once in their home and again in a room where their words cannot be heard. I often describe silence as peaceful, but for some, silence is isolating. For some, silence is terrifying. When a young deaf person experiences abuse, the world can already feel small. But imagine if our own institutions cannot even communicate with them, that world of theirs becomes even smaller. And that is not justice, Mr. Chairman, that is abandonment. We speak proudly of a peace-centric St. Lucia by 2030, but peace, it cannot live where communication does not. Peace cannot exist where understanding is optional. Imagine finding the courage to report abuse, only to discover that the system does not speak your language. Imagine asking for protection and receiving confusion instead. That is not what this act was created for. If the Domestic Violence Act 2022 is to move from legislation to liberation, then its protection must be felt immediately, clearly, and accessibly by every single member of our deaf community. Because peace is not real. Peace is not real if it is selective. Justice is not real if it must be translated by chance. When we say voices of peace, we must mean every single voice, even those expressed in silence, in signs, in movement. And until every deaf young person in St. Lucia can report violence without fear of being misunderstood, our work here is not finished. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, member. Before we move to the next presenter, I wish to recognize the presence of the Minister for Equity, Labor, Gender, Elderly Affairs, Social Justice, and Consumer Welfare. We appreciate your presence. I know it means a lot to our presenters, and I'm sure they will draw inspiration from your presence. So at this time, we call on the member representing Vieux-Fort North.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Pleasant day to you, Mr. Chairman, representative members, present audience, and minister in attendance. I, Ella Dalfinis, representative from Vieux-Fort and former president of the Jollity Leadership Youth Camp, stand before you all today under the theme From Legislation to Liberation, realizing the Domestic Violence Act 2022, but under Area 13, housing and sheltering. Domestic violence has been around for many years. The only difference in our time right now, it is now more noticeable. We live in a society where majority laugh or turn their backs on victims or survivors that have been domestically abused. Trust me, we've experienced it. A young lady or a young woman goes missing. Bokai normally ale. She's been raped. But why she had to put that on her? She was asking for it. Young adults are being abused mentally, physically, and financially by their loved ones, parents, uncles, aunties, cousins, even their nieces and their nephews. Mr. Chairman, there is a serious and often overlooked gap in protection under domestic violence laws, the housing crisis facing young people aged 18 to 25. I call this the 18 to 25 transitional gap. According to research, World Health Organization Human Behavior, about 1 in 3 women globally have experienced physical and or sexual violence in their lifetime. The United Nations Women further reports that young women 15 to 24 years are among the most vulnerable groups to intimate partner violence. Why not bring it closer to home? The CARICOM and United Nations Women Caribbean indicates that gender-based violence remains widespread in the region, with many cases going unreported. Mr. Chairman, financial dependence is consistently identified as one of the main, and I repeat, the main reasons that victims and survivors remain in abusive households. At the age of 18, laws consider you an adult. You are allowed to vote. You are allowed to attend college independently. You can also sign contracts. But adulthood does not automatically mean financially independent. Now imagine you're 19 to 22 years old, attending college, starting a job, working part-time, or relying on a parent or guardian housing. Now imagine these homes that you live in, or the home that you live in, is not safe. Experiencing mental abuse, physical abuse, financial abuse. The victim would not want to leave, but the victim would want to leave, but they are financially dependent, can't afford rent, and won't qualify for child protective services. Mr. Chairman, domestic violence legislations may allow for protection orders or occupational orders, but removing a parent or primary financial provider from the household is often unrealistic. This is the 18 to 25 transitional gap. Based on development psychology, age 18 to 25 is described as emerging adulthood. During this period, young people are pursuing higher education, entering the workplace, developing financial independence, establishing identity and stability, and creating long-term relationships. According to World Bank, youth unemployment rates in many developing small countries are higher than adult unemployment. That means young adults do not earn enough to live independently. Housing or renting in the Caribbean is a major issue. Mr. Speaker, United Nations Human Settlement Program highlights that rising rental costs and limited affordable housing affects youth and low-income populations. So there is a dangerous combination: high vulnerability to violence, low financial independence, limited access to affordable housing, the link between housing and domestic violence. Housing is not just about sheltering. It is about safety. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention identified economic stress and financial dependence as a major risk factor associated with intimate partner violence. When survivors lack independent income or housing, living becomes significantly more difficult. United Nations Women shows that survivors who have access to safe housing and financial support are most likely to exit abusive homes. Without safe housing, young survivors may be forced to remain in abusive homes, drop out of school, enter terrible relationships for money, and experience homelessness, and that alone carries its own risk. Domestic violence laws often allows courts to issue protection orders, occupation orders, financial relief, or maintenance orders. On paper, this appears sufficient. However, when the abuser is a parent
or guardian or primary breadwinner, removing them from the home may destabilize the entire household. I propose a practical and achievable solution. Why don't we convert idle and unutilized government buildings into youth-safe houses, specifically for 18 to 25-year-olds? This approach aligns with the recommendations from United Nations Women and United Nations Human Settlement Program. These youth-safe houses will provide immediate safety, offer trauma-informed counseling, support continued education, and assist with job placement and skill training, build structured timelines towards independence. This is about building a bridge from crisis to stability, from fear to independence, and from survival to success. These shelters should have mandatory education or employment participation, life skill training, and clear transition plans. This will empower young adults instead of simply sheltering them. Mr. Chairman, government should amend domestic violence policies to explicitly recognize young adults as a vulnerable category, allocate funding for youth transitional housing programs, create an alliance with faith-based groups and community organizations, collect national data specifically on survivors aged 18 to 25, and integrate housing assistance with job training and education support. When we speak about national development, youth empowerment, and economic growth, please understand that safety is the foundation of all three. Protection under the law must be more than words on paper. It must be practical, accessible, and must reflect real-life circumstances. The statistics are clear. 1 in 3 women experiencing violence. Young women are among the most vulnerable. Financial dependence keeps survivors trapped, and youth employment and housing shortages worsens the risk. The 18 to 25 transitional gap is real, but it is also solvable by investing in youth-safe houses, strengthening financial support systems, and recognizing the unique vulnerability of emerging adults. We can close the gap. When young people are protected, they finish school, maintain employment, contribute to national development. Mr. Chairman, protecting the youth is not a charity. It is a smart policy, an economic strategy, and it is justice. If we truly believe in protecting young survivors, we must close the 18 to 25 transitional gap, because no young person should ever have to choose between abuse and homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Members also with us today is the Director of Gender Affairs, Ms. Janie Joseph. We thank you for taking your time to be with us this afternoon. And the esteemed Speaker of the House of Assembly, Mr. Claudius Francis. Or should I say Dr. Claudius Francis? Thanks for being with us this afternoon. So we now move to the representative from the Soufriere Youth and Sports Council.
Good day, everyone. My name is Sholan Boyd. I'm here representing Soufriere and also the Soufriere Youth and Sports Council. I want to recognize the member for Soufriere, Mr. Franz Calix, also the General Secretary from Soufriere, Mr. Armonte Regis, and our Honorable Member of Parliament, Honorable Emma Hippolyte, who represents Soufriere as well. Mr. Chair, in 2022, our country took an important step forward by passing the Domestic Violence Act. This law was designed to protect victims, strengthen restraining orders, and ensure that those experiencing abuse have access to justice and support services. But today, we must ask ourselves an honest question. Is this protection truly accessible? Honorable members, today I rise to address an important gap in the implementation of Domestic Violence Act, specifically the issue of rural accessibility and the urgent need to decentralize services for victims of domestic violence, particularly young people in the South, rural East, and West of St. Lucia. Section 3 of the Act, page 23, clearly places a duty on the minister to provide services and ensure protection mechanisms are accessible. The intention is progressive and commendable. However, the law recognizes that victims require protection, counseling, court access, and support services. However, honorable members, while the law provides the framework, its implementation remains largely centralized in castries, particularly through the family court and related support services. Mr. Chair, for a young person living in Vieux-Fort, Micoud, Dennery, Choiseul, and my hometown, Soufriere, accessing the court system often requires traveling up to 2 hours each way, missing a full day of school or work, paying transportation costs that may be a financial burden, and facing emotional stress while navigating public transportation in a vulnerable state. For a teenager completing secondary school, imagine leaving home at 5 a.m. to attend a court proceeding at 9 a.m. in Castries, and we all know that it does not commence at 9 a.m. sharply. And then you're returning back home late, and in the evening, you're exhausted and academically behind. This now creates an additional layer of hardship for victims who are already experiencing this trauma. Mr. Chair, the National Youth Policy emphasizes the goal of decentralized services. If we are not to align with the Domestic Violence Act, our youth developmental goals, we must recognize that centralization disproportionately disadvantages rural youth, single parents, low-income families, and individuals without reliable transportation. When accessing protection orders, it becomes complicated. Some victims may withdraw complaints, some may fail to attend court, and some remain in unsafe environments. And this undermines the very purpose of the legislation. So, Mr. Chair, I propose the introduction of the mobile protection clinics as mentioned by our member for Vieux-Fort Comprehensive Secondary School. These will travel to community centers in the South and rural East on scheduled days. They can also help with protection order applications and offer on-site counseling. And all of this will facilitate virtual court appearances where appropriate. Mobile clinics will bring the justice system closer to the people instead of forcing vulnerable citizens to travel long distances. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, we must modernize access. By installing digital filing stations in rural police stations, victims could submit protection orders application electronically, upload required documentation, schedule virtual hearings, and access information resources privately. This reduces the travel barriers while maintaining confidentiality and efficiency. Digital solutions is not a luxury. They are a necessity in a modernized justice system. Mr. Chair, the family court in Castries plays a critical role, but justice cannot remain geographically concentrated. Decentralization does not weaken the system, it strengthens it. I would repeat, decentralization does not weaken the system, it strengthens it. When services are brought closer to communities, reporting increases, compliance improves, youth feel supported, and public trust in the justice system grows. We must ensure that protection under the law does not depend on a person's postal code. Mr. Chair, in conclusion, the Domestic Violence Acts represent progress for St. Lucia, but progress on paper must translate to protection in practice. If the Section 3 mandates the minister to provide services, then those services must be accessible to every citizen, whether they reside in Castries, Vieux-Fort, Micoud, Dennery, or Soufrière. And we can all do this by implementing the mobile protection clinics, digital filing stations in rural police stations, a stronger commitment to decentralized services delivery. We can bridge the gap between legislation and living reality. Justice must be beyond Castries. Justice must reach the South. Justice must reach Soufrière. Thank you.
Thank you, member. I now call on the member who is the Voices of Peace Ambassador from Dennery.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, honorable members, audience. My name is Adrienne Louis. I am a teacher at the Richford Combined School. I am also the Dennery Ambassador for the Domestic Violence Voices of Peace campaign. Many persons say that I am quite tall, but I'm tall enough to shout to the mountain tops and to reach in the valleys below. Mr. Chairman, I rise to address an issue that requires our urgent and immediate attention: implementing domestic violence awareness into the school's curriculum, specifically into health and family life education. Mr. Chairman, did you know, according to the UNICEF, 2 in 3 children are exposed or are victims of domestic violence or violent discipline? 45% are exposed to community violence. This increases our already high child homicidal rate by 4 times the global average. For a small archipelago, for a small collection of countries, domestic violence isn't just an adult issue. It doesn't just happen behind closed doors. It doesn't wait until someone turns 18. We can see it in our youth. It happens in the classroom. It affects our children's emotional development, and we can see it in our communities. A young person who grows up in a house where domestic violence is an everyday thing. It's a normal thing. It's another Saturday. It's another Sunday night. It's another night after country and western. My father drunk. He beating my mother. It's a normal thing for them. As the member of Castries Central said, when violence is normalized, it is repeated. Mr. Speaker, apologies, Mr. Chairman, many from 1 to 3 children are exposed to toxic relationships, because that is the age where they are discovering identity development. They are dipping their toes into romantic relationships. That's when they are learning and beginning to form love, relationships, power, and self-worth. Some of them are already in relationships that experience controlling behavior. And too often do they lack the language, the legal understanding, and the awareness of what they are experiencing. Mr. Chairman, awareness is an avenue for prevention. And if we don't educate today, we can't prevent later. Mr. Chairman, schools are the safest structured space to educate our youth. It is an environment where we equip our young people with lifelong knowledge and skills. Healthier communities tomorrow starts in our classrooms today. HFLE covers important topics. I specifically want to stress on self and interpersonal relationships. In this unit, students learn about communication, emotion, respect, and violence. They also learn about how to conflict resolution. However, there is a critical gap. Students know what abuse is, but they don't know what legal protection is provided and available to them. Mr. Chairman, they don't know where to report to or who to report to. Most of them don't even know their rights. Knowledge without legal awareness leaves our children vulnerable. Education should not only describe a problem, but it should provide a pathway to protection. Mr. Chairman, our focus should begin in Form 1 to 3. However, in my personal experience as a teacher, I believe that it should not begin any later than grade 5. At the age of 11 to 14, children are easily influenced. Social media shapes the expectations, romantic curiosity emerges, and this is when peer pressure is at its highest. If we delay till Form 5, we are intervening after these patterns are already formed. Mr. Chairman, teaching rights early shapes future relationship standards. We're not only teaching about communication, but how to recognize the red flags. Mr. Chairman, according to our Prime Minister, I am a child of God. These things should not continue any longer. It hurts me to see students that I teach or students I have taught to go through these things at such a young age. We must empower our youth to respect and expect, respect and not control. Early education sets lifelong standards. Mr. Chairman, the 2022 Domestic Violence Act provides a powerful framework that our youth simply don't know exist. It is important to highlight that protection orders exist. The law recognizes all forms of abuse, emotional, psychological, physical, financial. It's not just limited to bruises on the skin. Young people should know the certain behaviors that violate their rights. Mr. Chairman, I propose a Know Your Rights module in the HFLE curriculum from Form 1 to Form 3. This should include what is abuse, what protections are available, who to report to, and what happens after the report is made. When students understand the emotional and legal dimensions of this, they are not just informed, they are empowered. Empowerment begins with information. Additionally, I must address the growing concern about digital abuse and online exploitation. Mr. Chairman, we are in 2026, so basically everything is online. Our youth live in a digital world. No longer do you see children climbing mango trees, or on the road riding bike, or a dog running after them, our usual stuff. They are in the houses on the phones, consuming whatever they give them. Social media influences relationships, self-esteem, and interactions. Also, there is a growing pressure to share personal information. Back in I wouldn't say many years ago, but generations ago, it would take you 2 to 3 weeks to receive a letter from your friend in the next country, maybe Dominica. Now, it takes 2 to 3 seconds. It takes even less time to share a photo, and that is where it is dangerous. Online has manipulation through messaging, coercion, and grooming. And our youth lack the awareness of long-term consequences of sharing private images and videos. The students do not fully grasp the legal and emotional implications of digital exploitation. If schools don't feel this awareness, social media will. Mr. Chairman, Along with the domestic violence awareness, I would like to also propose a module in the domestic violence awareness, digital safety education. This would include discussions about consent, boundaries, respect, and consequences. Students should understand that online abuse is real abuse. Mr. Chairman, I am not proposing a new subject, but rather a strategic integration into the already existing HFLE curriculum. This should include workshops with legal professionals, collaborations with social workers and counselors, an anonymous reporting system in the schools, and teacher training to identify early warning signs of abuse. When educators are equipped, students are supported, when systems are clear, silence is reduced. Education is not only academic, it is preventative. If this country wants safer communications, reduced violence, and empowered citizens, foundation must begin in our schools. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, member. And I'll call on the member representing the Miko Youth and Sports Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can everybody hear me? Okay. Good day, Mr. Chairman, ministers in-house, honorable members, and the wider audience. Can't hear me? You hear me now? Okay, sorry. Again, minister in-house, honorable chairman, honorable members, and the wider audience, I wish you all a good afternoon. Now, I had to ask myself the question a little earlier, whether it was harder to focus when you're hungry or when your belly is filled. And I thought a while ago and I still don't have the answer. But I digress. Let me set the scene for you guys this afternoon. I grew up in the south of the island and I've seen many young people, both male and female, enter relationships where, whether it is within days, months, or years, a breakup would lead to an intimate image being shared across social media platforms without their consent, either in a private group or a public post. In the space of a few hours, the workplace would know, the family would know, and they would feel unable to leave their homes because of the shame and stigmatization they may face from the public. That young person often does not realize that they have any legal protection. This is not hypothetical. This is not a made-up situation. This is really the reality, for young people across St. Lucia, and it is exactly the gap that the Domestic Violence Act of 2022 was designed to close. Now, Mr. Chair, I believe that the Domestic Violence Act of 2022 is important to the youth because we as young people are the highest users of social media platforms, dating apps, and whatnot. Social media is a big part of our lives. We watch TikTok to go to bed. We scroll on Instagram on the toilet. So I believe that the act itself is really important to us, and I'm here to present to you guys on the topic of digital violence. Now, you may be asking what digital violence it is that I'm referring to. In accordance with Section 2 of the Domestic Violence Act of 2022, cyberstalking is defined as the use of the internet or other electronic means to 1. Stalk or harass a person, 2. Transmit lewd, indecent, obscene, or threatening words, images, or languages, or suggest the commission of a lewd act, whether or not further conversation occurs. This definition reflects what young people commonly experience as revenge pornography, which is the sharing of intimate photos without consent, digital stalking, which is location trafficking, monitoring of social media accounts and sending repeated unwanted messages, online harassment campaigns, and threats delivered via social media platforms. A side note, additionally, Section 2 of the Domestic Violence Act 2022 defines harassment to include repeatedly sending electronic messages or repeatedly following or pursuing a person with the intent to cause fear, explicitly covering digital platforms. Now, the reality that I have just described is not a failure of the law per se, Mr. Chairman. It is a failure of awareness. The law exists in the Domestic Violence Act, but it is a law that only lives on paper. A 19-year-old survivor has never heard of it. A police officer has not yet been trained to apply it to a WhatsApp screenshot. the law is not yet liberation, it's only legislation. So let us examine what the law says, how it connects to the vision of our national youth policy, Mr. Chair, and more importantly, where the bridge between the two still needs to be built. Now, I have the act with me. I'll not read from it per se. I'll give you a synopsis of what it says. In section 2, it gives you workable definitions for cyberstalking and harassment, which is both encompassed under the term digital violence. Section 6 is the prohibition. It states that a person shall not commit an act of domestic violence. Mandatory reporting, section 7. Hold on. This is an obligation to report suspected domestic violence acts. Section 14, and access to the protection orders. It is important for survivors, and which can prohibit digital contact from perpetrators and online harassment, as well as section 47, the terms of a protection order, which is vital protection for domestic violence victims who fear retaliation. Now, the reason I did not read from the act itself is because I just want to echo the sentiments of all the other youth members in the room when they say that the law itself is really difficult for a young person to understand. Coming from me, a 23-year-old, I had to go through that many times to just see what context it was written in. That's just a side note. I'll come back to that in a while. So let us begin to look at the policies, or the link between the policies of the Domestic Violence Act of 2022 and the National Youth Policy 2025 to 2030, Mr. Chair. I linked the Domestic Violence Act to 3 of the policies in the National Youth Policy, or the 3 pillars, I should say, of the National Youth Policy. One is the health and well-being pillar. According to the National Youth Policy, the health and well-being pillar is organized to improve access to healthcare services, including mental health support and healthy lifestyle promotion. Digital violence causes mental health harm, which is increased anxiety and depression, low self-esteem, social withdrawal, isolation, as well as academic decline. Now I can see we have members from Cassius Compre, Leones, SJC, and SMC. Let's just imagine that they were to be, what's the word that I want to use? Victims of digital violence. How would we expect them to perform the way that they're supposed to perform in school when they have to go through depression, anxiety, they cannot concentrate in class and whatnot? So I believe that the National Youth Policy's health goals cannot be achieved if digital abuse remains underreported and under-persecuted. And I believe with the enforcement of Section 7 of the Domestic Violence Act, which is mandatory reporting, it will give them the forum to receive counseling earlier, because I believe early intervention, well, early reporting will lead to early intervention, if you understand what I'm saying, Mr. Chairman. The second pillar that I linked it to is a combination of 2. I call the digital empowerment pillar. Now, digital empowerment is defined as the ability of young people to safely, confidently and productively participate in digital spaces. In my opinion, digital empowerment covers 2 of the National Youth Policy's pillars, which are the safety, security, and peaceful coexistence pillar and the ICT mass media pillar, Mr. Chairman. Now, the goal of the National Youth Policy here with the safety, security, and peaceful coexistence pillar is to protect youth from violence and fostering community safety. This would include supporting cyber safety and anti-violence measures. And it would encourage respectful digital leadership, which is all promoted by the prohibition, or Section 6 of the Domestic Violence Act of 2022. With the ICT mass media, the goal of the National Youth Policy here is to utilize technology at its maximum efficiency for innovation and connectivity. With the enforcement of Section 6 of the Act, individuals engaged in digital violence will no longer hinder the National Youth Policy's efforts to fulfill its goals of using technology and innovation. With the enforcement of Section 6 of the Act, individuals engaged in digital violence will no longer hinder the National Youth Policy's efforts to fulfill its goals of using technology for innovation and connectivity. Mr. Chair, what we have seen is that the Domestic Violence Act of 2022 and the National Youth Policy 2025 to 2030 are not separate documents pointing in separate directions. They are 2 halves of the same promise. The promise that no young person in St. Lucia should have to navigate abuse alone, in silence, or without protection. The Act gives us the legal framework. The National Youth Policy gives us the mandate for digital empowerment and health and well-being. Together, they tell us exactly what needs to happen, but framework does not protect people. Action does that. And so now I turn to the voices of Peace Youth Forum, and I'm calling on this government and Do Nation Foundation to do not one day, not eventually, but now. Now I have 2 quick wins outlined, as well as 2 long-term goals that I would like to propose. One, the first quick win is a plain language youth guide to the Domestic Violence Act of 2022. Remember, I made mention earlier of the fact that the act is not really something that young people can understand. I believe that if a youth-friendly guide is made or created of the Domestic Violence Act, it will bridge that gap and will explain exactly what cyberstalking, digital harassment, and non-consensual image sharing is, and that it is illegal under St. Lucian law, as well as how to apply for a protection order. My second quick win I have is a national digital safety and online abuse reporting platform. This platform should be 100% anonymous, youth-friendly, and connect victims to counseling and legal support. This would cater to young persons who do not know what to do when they are digitally abused or harassed, Mr. Chair. It will also speed up the process of rehabilitation, as the affected youth will be receiving counseling before making an initial report. And on to our long-term goals, which I like to categorize as systemic change for 2030. The first one I have is integrating digital safety into the school's curriculum. I've heard this a number of times today, but I believe that this would allow for the prevention of digital violence crimes to be taught early in children's lives, educating them about the legal implications of engaging in digital abuse. The second long-term goal I have is an amendment to explicitly name non-consensual intimate image sharing. Under Section 53, the Minister may amend the schedule. I strongly recommend that the Ministry of Equity to initiate a review of Section 2 to include non-consensual intimate image sharing, revenge pornography as a named and distinct form of digital domestic violence. This removes ambiguity and provides clearer grounds for prosecution. In closing, the Domestic Violence Act of 2022 gives St. Lucia the legal foundation. The National Youth Policy gave us the vision. Voices of Peace is giving us the voice. What we need now is the will, I should say. The will to resource enforcement, the institutional will to modernize reporting, and the collective will to teach each young person in this country that digital abuse is not normal, it is not acceptable, and it is against the law. I conclude, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Member. And our final speaker for the afternoon, Member representing Ancillary Canaries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I must say it is a privilege to be here today in the House of Parliament, sharing our recommendations on the Domestic Violence Act. My name is Janelle Felix, and I represent Do Nation Foundation. Mr. Chairman, imagine growing up in a space where strength was measured by silence. I come from Canaries, Mwesoti Kanawi, a very small village, fishing village off the coast of St. Lucia, the west coast of St. Lucia. A community often described as forgotten, yet deeply rich in resilience and humanity. But like many communities in St. Lucia, we have witnessed how silence, fear, and normalized violence shape the experiences of our society today. Today, as the final member to speak, I do not rise to repeat what has already been said. I rise to seal it. Throughout this forum, we have examined the Domestic Violence Act, number 11 of 2022, implementation gaps, cultural norms, digital harm, institutional failures, and lived realities. But we must leave this room knowing exactly what we mean when we say a peace-centric St. Lucia by 2030. Mr. Chairman, peace is not just quiet streets hiding silent suffering. Peace is not fewer headlines while trauma continues in the background. Peace is not just telling a victim, be strong. Peace is prevention. Peace is justice delivered swiftly. peace is dignity protected by law and culture. In 2022, St. Lucia passed the Domestic Violence Act number 11. As stated in the comprehensive legal and policy analysis of the St. Lucia Domestic Act, the Act replaces outdated legislation from 1995 and extends the legal definition of abuse to include emotional, psychological, economical abuse, coercion, and cyber stalking. Mr. Chairman, for the first time, our law recognizes that repeated possessiveness and jealousy, when it deprives someone of privacy and security, is psychological abuse under Section 2 of the Act. Yet, culture still romanticizes what the law condemns. According to regional data cited in the National Youth Caucus analysis, 74.4% of Caribbean children are affected by household violence, either directly or as witnesses. And let us be reminded that children mirror whatever they see and hear. Mr. Chairman, by 2030, a peace-centric St. Lucia must be a nation where young people can identify emotional abuse early, where schools teach legal literacy alongside relationship education, like our member from Dennery mentioned, and where silence is replaced with informed action. As recommended in the Voices of Peace National Youth Forum 2026 report, the Act should be simplified into youth-friendly Know Your Rights module. Because peace begins with knowledge, and knowledge empowers prevention. Knowledge is power, right? Mr. Chairman, let's be really honest now. Our generation lives online. The Act criminalizes cyber stalking, which according to Section 2 of the Domestic Violence Act, includes the use of electronic communication to harass or transmit threatening or indecent material. Yet, as highlighted in the legal and policy analysis report, approximately 90% of malicious communication complaints in St. Lucia involve revenge pornography. Globally, according to UN Women's Global Database on Violence Against Women, 1 in 3 women experience violence in their lifetime, and online abuse is rising among women ages 18 to 29. Technology, again, let's be honest. Can you imagine that technology evolves faster than the justice system? So by 2030, Mr. Chairman, peace must extend into cyberspaces. Rapid takedown mechanisms, clear laws addressing image-based abuse, digital survivor support systems. Currently under Section 2 of the Act, a minor, imagine a minor who marries may lose child protection under the law. As explained in the National Youth Caucus legal analysis, this creates a legal paradox. Mr. Chairman, yet in St. Lucia, laws permit marriage at 16 with parental consent. We must also fully criminalize marital rape in intact marriages. As outlined in the policy review of the Criminal Code, marital rape is currently prosecutable only in the case of separation, divorce, or where a protection order exists. Section 8 of the Domestic Violence Act mandates policy risk assessments and victim support. Section 17 allows protection orders to be applied for at any time. But Mr. Chairman, yes, according to national human rights reviews referencing the legal and policy analysis report, only 46% of crime victims receive effective follow-through support. I must say accessibility must match legality. As recommended by the Voices of Peace Youth Forum, by 2030, we need youth response units, trauma-informed officers. It is important that our officers are equipped with the knowledge on how to deal with these experiences. Mobile protection clinics. Quick question. Does our mobile police station go all the way down to Viewfort, or does it go around the island? And digital filing systems in every district. Again, our generation lives online. Mr. Chairman, justice must travel beyond Castries. From Grosile to Viewfort and right around. We cannot forget our people living in the rural areas. And I'd like to commend the Voices of Peace initiative for reaching our communities like Dennery, Micoud, and Viewfort. And not forgetting my little community, Canries. Section 5 of the Act prohibits discrimination based on disability, sexual orientation, and gender identity. However, Mr. Chairman, as stated in the National Youth Caucus analysis, implementation barriers persist, including lack of sign language interpretation and accessibility gaps within institutions. By 2030, every district must have sign language trained officers. Courtrooms must be accessible, and not just courtrooms, but any space that a person can enter. Reporting mechanisms must protect dignity. Confidentiality is very important. Our people need to know that whatever they share with us is kept safely. Peace that excludes is not peace. Mr. Chairman, economic gaps trap victims in silence. As defined in Section 2 of the Domestic Violence Act, economic abuse includes deprivation of financial resources and avoidance of financial obligations. The Act provides for monetary relief, yet, according to policy experts cited in the Legal Policy Analysis Report, economic vulnerabilities contribute to informal settlements in sexual violence cases. By 2030, we need emergency relocation funding, transitional housing for 18 to 25-year-olds, and stronger enforcement for maintenance orders. Financial independence is protection. The Act is gender neutral, yet regional data in the National Youth Caucus analysis shows that approximately 80% of prosecuted crimes in the Caribbean involve youth ages 19 to 29, primarily young men. Transforming ideas of masculinity through education is important. Youth programs should promote positive masculinity, consent, and emotional control so young men can recognize early signs of abuse such as jealousy, coercion, and controlling behaviors. Peer accountability, legal awareness, and digital responsibility education are also needed so young men in St. Lucia understand that behaviors like cyber stalking and revenge pornography have legal consequences. Supporting male youth ambassadors and training programs will help drive culture change because lasting peace requires the participation of young men in St. Lucia. As recommended in the Voices of Peace National Youth Forum 2026 report, youth-led bodies must hold permanent voting seats in national GBV structures. Like our member from Caucus Central mentioned, we need a seat at the table to make these decisions. Peace must be measurable. By 2030, a peace-centric St. Lucia will be a nation where children never lose protection because of marriage. A country where digital abuse is addressed swiftly. A justice system accessible from Vieux Fort again down to Grozile and back. A culture where jealousy is recognized as a warning sign. A society where reporting abuse is met with compassion. Peace is policy. Peace is practice. Peace is political will. Let history record that today, March 4th, 2026, we did not simply discuss peace. We defined it, we demanded it, we committed to building it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Member from Tashu Central Youth and Sports Council.
Mr. Chair, before I raise the following motion, I would just like to thank all the honorable members here today for their presentation. I believe they deserve a tap of applause. But without further ado, Mr. Chair, I would like to raise the motion to adopt the debated clauses into the resolution.
Members, the question is that the debated clauses be adopted into the resolution. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as are of the contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
I was earlier than the ayes. I apologize. Good afternoon, everyone. The 2026 Youth Resolution on Peace and Protection, a joint declaration of the Voice of Peace National Youth Caucus. 1. The preamble. Whereas Donation Foundation, Inc. celebrates over 9 years of voluntary service to St. Lucia, acting as a pillar of support, referral, and sanctuary for survivors of gender-based violence. Whereas the Voices of Peace project, supported by the Canada Fund for Local Initiative, has successfully engaged youth across the nation to foster a culture of non-violence and legislative awareness. Whereas the government of St. Lucia enacted the Domestic Violence Act 2022 to modernize the legal protection afforded to all citizens, yet recognizing the awareness and accessibility remain significant hurdles for the youth demographic. Whereas the National Youth Policy 2025 to 2030 mandates the active participation of young people in the governance and safety of their communities. And whereas the 17 representatives of the National Youth Caucus are gathered in the House of Parliament this 4th day of March 2026 to ensure that the transition into International Women's Day marked by a concrete commitment to action. The core commitments. Commitment to inclusion. We resolve that all future advocacy regarding the Domestic Violence Act 2022 must be inclusive to the deaf and hard of hearing communities, ensuring that sign language interpretation and accessible reporting tools are standard in all police and judicial interventions. Sustainability of the action plan. We endorse the Voices of Youth Action Plan as a living document to integrate into the annual work plan of the Donation Foundation and presented to the Ministry of Equity and the Ministry of Youth. Institutional memory. We advocate for the establishment of a permanent youth advisory bench on matters of domestic violence, ensuring that the monument from this 2026 caucus is not lost, but becomes an annual oversight mechanism. Volunteerism as a catalyst. We reaffirm that the spirit of volunteerism, or voluntary service, is essential in the fight against domestic violence. Pledging to use our platform to recruit peace ambassadors in secondary and tertiary institutions. The core resolution and call to action. Be it resolved, inclusive justice and deaf community accessibility. Be it resolved that the Royal St. Lucia Police Force mandates sign language and deaf-sensitive response training for at least one officer in every major district and police station. Be it further resolved that the justice system generates the availability of sign language interpreters during all stages of domestic reporting and court proceedings, and establish an accessible 24-hour reporting system allowing deaf individuals to safely and independently report abuse. Be it further resolved that the state provides clear, youth-friendly information about Domestic Violence Act 2022 in sign-supported and highly visual formats. Be it resolved, institutional reform and youth-centered response. Be it resolved that the Royal St. Lucia Police Force establishes specialized trauma-certified youth response units, staffed by young officers in all major districts to prevent the re-traumatization of youth and child witnesses. Be it further resolved that the Family Court Institutes prioritize youth track to expedite cases involving students and youth workers, preventing survivors' discouragement caused by judicial backlogs. Be it resolved, education and preventative awareness. Be it resolved that the Ministry of Education explicitly integrates the legal protections of the Domestic Violence Act of 2022 into the Health and Family Life Education curriculum for Forms 1 to Form 3 students by the 2026 to 2027 academic year. Be it resolved that the ministry explores the implementation of early intervention models, such as the Teaching Helen's Children program to educate children ages 4 to 17 on healthy boundaries, emotional safety, and recognizing early signs of abuse through age-appropriate acts-based activities. Be it resolved, digital protection and cyber abuse reform. Be it resolved that the government of St. Lucia establish rapid digital content takedown mechanisms to combat the non-consensual sharing of intimate images, revenge porn, and deepfake technology. Be it resolved that digital evidence protocols be modernized to include metadata capture and rapid prevention procedures to protect victims of cyber stalking and digital coercion. Be it resolved, legislative loophole closure and economic safeguards. Be it resolved that Parliament urgently amends the law to close the child while paradox, ensuring that minors aged 6 to 17 do not lose their specialized child protection under the Domestic Violence Act upon marriage of cohabitation. Be it further resolved that the Ministry of Equity establish youth safe houses by repurposing idle government buildings for survivors aged 18 to 25, alongside an emergency monetary relief fund to dispute the economic vulnerability that leads to roundmount into informal settlements. Be it resolved sustainable youth oversight. Be it resolved that an annual youth audit of the Domestic Violence Act's implementation and be mandated, with domestic youth bodies granted permanent voting seats on the National Interagency GBV Task Force to ensure lived experience policy guidance. Signatories of the 2026 National Youth Caucus. We, the undersigned 17 representatives of the Voices of Peace National Youth Caucus, hereby endorse this resolution and commit our platforms is realized.
I now call on the members, starting from my right. They will come up in groups of 3 to sign the resolution. Thank you, members. We now have the official handover of the Caucus communique and the signed resolution to the Honorable Minister of Equity and the Director of Gender Relations. So we invite you to just join us in the front. We'll join myself, the chair, in the front for the official handover. So we're now at the final segment of our session this afternoon. And as a chairperson, it's my honor and my pleasure to share with you just some closing reflections on today's activity. Members, attendees in the gallery, those following live, thank you very much, Minister and President of the Senate, for joining us. Members, for those of you joining live, those in the gallery, I must say today has been a very special occasion. So I invite you to join me in giving our presenters a rousing round of applause for their stellar contributions this afternoon. Members, the issue of gender-based violence and domestic violence very clearly through your presentations is an issue that requires urgent attention, not just at a national level, but at a local level. Throughout your presentations, you made very critical points, and of course the intention of this activity is that as young people we're able to present a final statement to ministers, to the ministry responsible, to say, these are our recommendations, these are the areas that we think young people require additional support. And we trust that there will be that follow through on these recommendations. It's very important at this time that we as young people encourage ourselves and our peers to take serious the issue of violence in our communities. It's important that we encourage our peers to question what is the root of violence, where does violence actually come from, originate from, and what are the conditions in our communities that make it okay for someone to resort to violence. But you have demonstrated today that we can take it a step further, that as young people, we have the capacity to present interventions that will tackle the root causes and the conditions that make it possible for violence to be present in our homes and our communities. And I think we should give ourselves another round of applause. So in closing, I just want to thank everyone for showing their support to this activity. I really want to recognize the efforts of Ms. Diane Felicia, CEO of Donation Foundation, for putting this together. I wish to also recognize the efforts of Mr. Bennett Charles, our trainer and media professional, who assisted in preparing our speakers today, as well as Ms. Yvonne Edwin. Thank you so much for your efforts. And we thank the members of the media, the team who carried our live stream throughout today. Thanks for being with us, and thanks for your contributions as well. So we hope that today will be not just an isolated activity, but as youth leaders, we continue our own individual efforts to make St. Lucia a safer place for ourselves, for our families, and our communities. Thank you very much. Member for Caucus Central.
Mr. Chair, I move the motion that we adjourn this session.
Members, the question put forward is that the caucus stands adjourned until further notice. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as are of the contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it. The caucus stands adjourned. All rise.
Viewers, listening audience, we would have just witnessed 17 young advocates speaking on the National Youth Policy of 2025-2030 and also examining the Domestic Violence Act of 2022. The students were all tasked to examine the act and ensure, or assess rather, the impact or its practicality. The 17 young parliamentarians who spoke during the sitting today would have engaged in a conversational assembly. They would have gone through constructive dialogue, having them been researched in terms of the two documents or the two pieces of legislation, and they would have actively engaged in the formal sitting of the House format. We saw well-articulated points. We saw solution-oriented, forward-thinking resolutions being put forward to the policymakers, and the official actions and recommendations being signed off by the 17 students. So this was witnessed in the House today. The formal document being handed over to the Director of Gender Affairs. We had the Minister of Labor, Ms. Honorable Emma Hippolyte, in the House receiving that document. all articulating not just the voices, but the recommendations and input from the 17 young advocates, serving in their capacities, each representing various bodies, various communities. So the students from far and wide across St. Lucia and here articulating their motions, articulating their points. It was so impactful. Myself, as well as many other persons from Gender Affairs, we had Dr. Bennett, who will helping and assisting the students in preparation for this historic platform. So we saw them even before the actual sitting, their preparation. I mean, Public Service Toastmasters, we would have seen them for various sessions in preparation for this. And what I witnessed today, I could truly say it was impactful presentations, one that came across well articulated and solid points and solution-oriented recommendations moving forward. So we're pulling the curtains down at the House of Assembly. We're just wrapping up this, like I said, a very constructive dialogue. A long road ahead for those young advocates, but definitely meaningful contributions. Like I said, well articulated, and we're proud of all of the students, the Do Nation Foundation. The funding and the partnership was through the Canadian Fund for Local Initiatives, CFLI, and this is specifically under the Voices of Peace project, all funded, like I said, through CFLI, the Canadian Fund for Local Initiatives. And the students, they were wonderful, each in their voice, each through their lens, telling us that for some of the things that stood out, they actually told us that just law on paper is in action. And they came across so eloquently with some of the phrases and the terms that they use to bring their messages to life. I'm really proud of them. I'm happy that I was able to witness it. And again, being part of the preparation, it was really good to sit back and watch and evaluate them as speakers, and hoping they would not just sit here, but their actions and what they truly believe in will help them move forward in their journeys, no matter where life will take them. So I'm closing off here at the House of Assembly. Like I said, very informational, thought-provoking presentations, passionate speakers from across St. Lucia, young advocates, and we're bringing the curtains down today on this Voices of Peace project, but a National Youth Caucus, a historic platform of young persons being able to add their voice to two important pieces of legislation. Thank you, and out.